witnesses as we go, the commenters. And we're allotting 2 minutes per person for public comments. So if people could remain conscious of that, that would be great. Sabrina?
Judy Smith is our first from Clackamas County. Here.
Chair Judy Smith, are you there?
Yes, I am. How do you do?
Great. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the commission. Thank you. I'm Chair Judy Smith, Clackamas County. Our board and residents are deeply concerned about ODOT's continued lack of transparency and inability to bring stakeholders along as the state develops multiple overlapping toll programs. Clackamas County has long asked ODOT for more information, more collaboration, and more time to get this right so we can realize our shared vision of transportation system that is safe, equitable, and balanced. For example, we're frustrated that the Level 2 Traffic and Revenue Analysis Report, which is labeled updated October 2022, was only just recently shared with us and only because of a public records request from a community group. We've been asking for financial transparency on this for specifically information for over 2 years. But we're glad to see analysis because we learned a lot. ODOT data suggests there won't be enough toll revenue to fund the entire project. Secondly, traffic volume on I-205 will decrease 20 to 30% during construction, another factor in the already dramatic amount of diversion we anticipate on neighborhood streets. And third, ODOT plans to begin tolling before construction on the project, or even in the first phase is completed. As representatives of the local community, we need to be engaged in decisions about timing. Additionally, ODOT has not been transparent about Agenda Item 1 STIP amendment on tolling. This $100 million allocation for the tolling back office and gantry materials has not been discussed at the regional tables or with the public before today. How is it appropriate to allocate these funds before the I-205 EA is released and before the RMPP receives federal approval? Just because this action is within your authority doesn't mean it's right to forego a genuine public process. I'll respectfully remind this commission that this allocation also needs to be adopted in regional transportation plans through JPAC. So local jurisdictions will have an opportunity to ask important questions and to vote on this amendment's appropriateness in the coming months. We look forward to that. We understand that the legislature directed ODOT to pursue tolling on the I-5 and I-205 corridors, but the manner in which that direction is implemented is up to ODOT and the OTC. We stand steadfast and united with our regional partners in requesting your help to direct ODOT staff to work with us, be transparent, and take the time to get this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Smith. We are having a presentation on a number of items in the Portland metro area projects during the Urban Mobility Office update, and we'll look to get some response to your comments in that segment of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair Van Brocklin. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And just let me emphasize that partnering with our local governments is an important piece of succeeding. And I know that the director and project director and everyone involved wants to be doing that. So we want to certainly be addressing any concerns. Okay,
Thank
Sabrina.
You. Up next, we have John McCabe, Vice President of Stafford CPO. John,
thank you.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself and turn your camera on.
Morning, Mr. McCabe.
Good morning. Again, I would like to expand that transparency is lacking on us. Part of this, part of what is listed here today in your agenda is congestion pricing. And we have been informed through the C4 committee that it'll be a 24/7 operation, tolling once we get to congestion pricing. We do not have on I-205 24/7 congestion. We never have, we never will. And instead, people use our community as a bypass for mitigation. And everything is dated 2015 for how they're making their assumptions. The problem is this started in 2002 when the third lane was placed on I-205 going northbound and southbound up to Stafford Road. And the manner that it is placed in there, people start on the third lane going northbound, coming into our community because of ODOT lowering advisory speeds. So everybody assumes the road is slow. They then go to assistance services to find other routes. And it's our neighborhood. We can almost tell every time, every evening when that occurs. And so you put tolling on I-205, it's already showing that'll be an additional 10 minutes added. And the community of West Lynn is so upset about it. They just keep on putting stop signs all the way through the Willamette area of West Lynn to try to get people to stop coming through our area. It doesn't work. They are putting a roundabout at Fields Bridge that they have not even told ODOT about. Everything in ODOT, I ask, where is the roundabout? And they always go, there's no roundabout going there. And we know a roundabout is going in. They are not being transparent either because they feel they're not getting fairness from ODOT because we've had these problems since 2022. And it doesn't matter how much the tolling is. Commissioner Byer, in an email that he sent to me, said that the congestion pricing should only occur when there is an issue and there's an alternative method to go around if you do not wish to pay the tolling fee. There is no alternative. The alternative is all the side streets through our area. And as far as congestion that happens on I-205, it's the slope, basically in the city of West Lynn. And speaking to the ODOT Director Strickler about it, he stated, well, that's just a problem you're going to have to deal with. And we really don't need 3 lanes. We just need more courteous drivers. And what is confusing about some of the things that you are going to be working with today is we are constantly told in the C4 that there's still going to be a go, no-go option down the line. And if it's a no-go, then there's no need for tolling. And if there is going to be no tolling, it'll be a no-go. You commissioners are being asked to approve issues today that it's going to be a go. There's no option for no-go anymore. And I really think that maybe this should be deferred to a later meeting because of that issue. And again, it's a transparency issue. And then on the equity portion of it, I was dumb. No, I wasn't dumb. I brought it up of, well, how can these people who are of low means, probably don't have an internet or anything, how are they supposed to get the waiver? And they go, well, either go to DMV or to stores like Fred Meyer. Fred Meyer doesn't even sell TriMet tickets anymore. And DMV has enough issues on their own. I think there's just a lot of issues that have not been addressed by the mobility group. And it really needs to be deferred until it is totally clear. And as far as public records, we have asked for public records dating back to the level of vehicles back in 2002, and ODOT refuses to give them to the public. It's really a hard issue to deal with, and I feel for you guys, you as a commission, because we're not being addressed transparently. How can anything be done? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. As I mentioned to the chair, we will be talking about I-205 this morning. So we'll also hope to incorporate in that discussion some of the comments you made. Okay, Sabrina.
Randall Yamada has not joined us yet, so we're going to move on to Gary Newborn. Gary, please go ahead and unmute your mic, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Transportation Commission. My name is Gary Newborn. I'm president of the Charbonneau HOA Board of Directors in Wilsonville, Oregon. I'll try to be brief. While no one wants to see their taxes raised, I do appreciate that gas tax revenues are not keeping up with inflation, partly because of more fuel efficient cars, partly because of electric vehicles. And I understand that ODOT needs to come up with additional sources of funds. Tolling is not a preferred option by many, but it's certainly one option to consider. My concern is the potential placement of tolling gantry on the Boone Bridge. This would have a huge negative impact on our 3,000 predominantly elderly residents of the Charbonneau community and would unfairly penalize our residents. Lying just south of the Boone Bridge, this bridge is the only way for our residents to get across the Willamette River and get into our city of Wilsonville for essential city services such as groceries, medical services, gas, banks, library, the community center, and other similar services that we use every day. Being retired, most of us do not have an elastic source of income, so this would hurt us financially. Tolling on the Boone Bridge would also have a significant impact on our property values. Would you buy a house where you had to pay a toll just to get out the front door? I mean, that's what you're asking us to do. Congestion alleviation is one of the stated purposes of this initiative. Charbonneau residents do not significantly contribute to congestion on the Boone Bridge. Being mostly retired, we plan our trips and we know better to go north before 9 o'clock in the morning. And we sure as heck know we need to get back across the bridge by 3 in the afternoon or wait forever. Our community has sent well over 300 letters and emails to ODOT and OTC in the last 2 months, and yet very little information has come back to us except a polite form letter from ODOT that says, we value your input, blah, 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 and says nothing. I would like to request a name and a contact information at either the OTC or ODOT that we could actually contact and open a dialogue with about our situation. If tolling must be placed in this area of I-5, I ask you, no, I beg you to move it south of the city of Wilsonville or give our residents some type of pass as you're considering for some other groups, so that our residents are not unfairly targeted by ODOT's actions. Please do not split the city of Wilsonville into two halves. I hope you're not just listening, but hearing me as well, and that you'll heed this or please in your recommendations. Thank you very much for your time. I apologize if I ran over.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we can get you a contact point.
Thank you.
Okay, Sabrina.
We do not have Randall or Brian in the queue waiting for us, so we have no others signed up for public comment.
Okay. All right, then I think we will conclude the public comment portion of the meeting and move to the director's report and the consent agenda. Director Strickler.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much. For the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I have a few items for you in the director's report this morning, starting first with my own welcome and the agency's welcome to Commissioner Beyer. Welcome to the commission. We look forward to working with you. And your long history in the Senate will help with all of your transportation background. And so we look forward to that continued work. So welcome. The second item that I wanted to bring up is really a recognition for our crews over the holidays. We've got some recognition specific to Region 5 here, but really it's all over the state. As we think about the roadways and people getting to family and people getting to where they need to go for the holiday, one of the things that's often either overlooked or not completely recognized until there is an event is just the amount of work that goes into doing that. So with that, I do want to recognize all of our crews across the state, and very specifically one crew in Region 5, or the entire region for that matter, Region 4 and Region 5, as we looked at the closure of I-84 through through the Gorge area and then the impacts in Eastern Oregon. A large number of employees gave up vacations. They missed Christmas morning with their family. They missed opportunities to travel, all in the name of keeping every other Oregonian moving to the extent that we could. We had a pre-planned closure on I-84. And when I say pre-planned, not planned because of things we were doing, but because of the weather that we saw coming and the snow and ice that would have been even more significant for some of those families had somebody or anybody been trapped within a closure period. And so I want to applaud the work of our team and the crew, not just for what they had given up, but for the pre-planning for an event that really was significant across the state of Oregon, and send my appreciation. The next and final item in my report is DMV declarations that we're requesting on the consent agenda for the commission. I want to give just a little bit of background on the three of them. They're all safety focused. Over the last 2 years, the increase in traffic fatalities has erased essentially a decade of decline. It's important to emphasize the need for diligence and the need for increased highway safety, not just in Oregon, but across the nation. Each year, Oregon emphasizes the importance of transportation safety to all of our citizens. And in April, the emphasis is on distracted driving awareness. We join the nation in recognizing this and the emphasis on this. This is in advance of our work zone and our construction activity that heats up during the summer. And we would look for the commission at the appropriate time in requesting a declaration of April as Distracted Driving Awareness Month. The next item is work zone safety. Highway work zones continue to be a dangerous place for workers and for motorists and others traveling through the zone. Nationwide numbers would tell us in 2020, 170 people on foot or bicyclists lost their lives in work zone related crashes. 117 of those died in the work zone crashes where people were actively working in the work zone. Speed was a factor in 37% of the fatalities, and 20% of all fatal work zone crashes involve rear end collisions. So people coming up to a work zone and not seeing what's in front of them. Each year, we emphasize the importance of transportation safety to all of our residents. It's not just a 1 month effort. We ask for that all year long, but we want to join the nation in designating April as well Work Zone Safety Awareness Month. And we ask and will be asking for that from the commission. Actions that we can take year round include planning ahead, minimizing distractions, checking your speed, as speed is a significant contributor, and putting our phones down. Motorcycle safety is the next and final. Each year, crashes with moped and motorcycle riders result in fatalities, injuries, and property damage, typically as a result of violations committed by other drivers. It's critical for all the transportation system users to watch out for each other, and the month of May is a nationally recognized Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. The declaration in front of you today is intended to support national, state, and local efforts to increase that awareness, look out for our peers on the roadway, and recognize that their safety is as important as everybody else's. So with that, that concludes my report. If there's any questions, happy to try and answer them, or can dive right into the consent agenda.
Questions for the director? Commissioner Smith? Okay. Consent agenda.
All right. Consent agenda, which includes the three declarations that I just mentioned. At this point, I would ask a motion to approve the consent agenda in block items 1 through 13.
Do I hear such a motion?
There we go.
Vice
So
Chair
moved.
Brown?
Sorry, I couldn't get the
Is
button.
there a second? Commissioner Byer seconds. Discussion? Okay, since Sharon is remote, I think we'll just do these by roll call. Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Byer.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you, Director Strickler, very much. So we are now at the point in our agenda where we're moving to a discussion on the community workforce agreement. I forgot. Good morning, Erica. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman
Oh,
Brockman,
good. You're on. You're more than on.
Vice Chair Brown, and Commissioners. I'm here this morning to give you an update on the pilot community workforce agreement program, as well as ask you to approve and adopt 731-005-900 relating to the establishment of the community benefit program and the designation of community benefit contracts. So I will give you a little background. Oregon's transportation and heavy highway construction industry has been experiencing a shortage of workers, and ODOT is committed to addressing this shortage in the following ways. Supporting the near-term and long-term workforce needs of the industry by providing access and building the pool of skilled trade workers. Maximizing the impact of ODOT's investments for the benefit of the communities in which they are located. Encouraging racial and gender equity within the heavy highway workforce pipeline, and responding to and implementing Senate Bill 420. During the 2021 regular legislative session, Senate Bill 420 was passed and provided the authority for public agencies to designate public improvement projects as community benefit contracts. Senate Bill 420 was later codified into ORS 279C.308. Though the legislation and statute do not stipulate what form a community benefit contract must take, several examples of such contracts include project labor agreements, community workforce agreements, and community benefit agreements. The guidance that we received from the commission on September 26, 2022, you all gave us approval for the agency to pursue a pilot community workforce agreement program with the following parameters. The pilot program would include 8 pilot ODOT projects to begin construction no later than calendar year 2024. These projects would be selected by ODOT. There must be at least one project in each of the 5 ODOT regions. The pilot projects must include at least one project in each of the following project categories: bridge preservation, highway modernization, and highway operations. In at least 2 regions, more than one project will be selected to capture the range of evaluation necessary in the previous bullet point. The selection of these projects will consider the presence and experiences of and potential impacts to historically marginalized communities within the impacted project areas. The pilot program would include provisions that would include apprenticeship target goals, either local hiring or economically distressed zone hiring targets or goals, exemptions from trust fund payments for non-union contractors that provide quality health care and retirement benefits to their non-union personnel, including all potential non-union and open shop contractors working on these projects, and provisions that further minimize financial impacts to DBE and small firms in particular. Upon launch of the pilot program, the agency will report to the OTC at least quarterly and deliver a final report to the OTC by 2025 on specific measures, including the following: the number and type, union or non-union, of bidders received for each pilot project compared to an average baseline of other similar but non-CWA ODOT projects within the same time period, with findings about whether the presence of the CWA limited the types and quantity of bidders. The original cost estimate of the project and any cost adjustments that occurred during the life cycle of the project, compared to an average baseline of other similar but non-CWA ODOT projects within the same time period, with findings about whether CWA contributed to the potential cost increase. And the pilot project's schedule adjustments that occurred during the life cycle of the project compared to an average baseline of other similar non-CWA ODOT projects within the same time period, with findings about whether the CWA contributed to any delay. So the current status is in October 2022, ODOT, the Oregon State Building Trades and Construction Council, and the Northwest Carpenters Union, Oregon Southwest Washington, reached an agreement on a CWA to implement the ODOT CWA pilot program. The agreement incorporates 8 pilot projects across all 5 ODOT regions. However, a few of those projects will begin in 2024. The ODOT team is taking steps to make sure the agreement is implemented. The first pilot project will be the Outer Powell project, which is expected to go to bid in early 2023. On November 15th, 2022, ODOT filed notice of proposed rulemaking, which is attachment 1 in your packet, with the Secretary of State's office to implement Oregon Laws 2021, Chapter 488, Section 2 of the Public Contracting Code to allow a state contracting agency to designate a public improvement contract as a community benefit contract. The public comment period opened on December 1st, 2022 and closed on January 11th, 2023 at 5 p.m. On December 16th, ODOT also held a virtual public hearing on the proposed rule. Over 30 individuals attended the hearing, with 18 individuals testifying. The agency is working with the Federal Highway Administration to prepare, submit, and gain the required approvals to apply the CWA and designate the 8 pilot projects as community benefit contracts. The FHWA review has been initiated and we expect approval early 2023. So I'm now asking for your approval and adoption of 731-005-0900, which is attachment 2 in your packet, which establishes the community benefit program and authorizes the ODOT director to designate community benefit contracts.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Are there any questions for the Assistant Director on this topic before we move to the rule? Commissioner Smith.
More of a comment than a question. I just wanted to say that I'm pleased with the parameters that staff has developed in this pilot program. I think having the tracking and evaluation of the goals that we're trying to accomplish, let's make sure that this program really does accomplish what we want it to. And I appreciate all of the hard work in negotiating it and the hard work in developing a really robust monitoring program. And I'm excited to keep following how this process turns out. So thank you.
Commissioner, I agree with everything you said. Commissioner Byer? There you go.
Got to get this to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to compliment the staff on the work that you've done on this. I'm new to your work on this, but I'm not new to community benefit agreements or project labor agreements. I think they're often somewhat controversial to negotiate out, about like negotiating union contracts. But I think it's an effort that we need to do. We need to be responsive. And I think the process that you've outlined in the rule is very well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Byer. And I'd just like to give credit to former Assistant Director Cooper Brown for his hard work on this project, as well as the project team that has been tirelessly committing hours to this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Commissioner Brown.
And I want to echo my colleagues. I think that we were pretty hard on the staff when this came before us and asked a lot of really important questions. And I wanted to not only thank Mr. Brown, but also the people from the public that commented, that were passionate about what was happening and participated, because I think that that's the piece that's really important, is the participation and making sure that we hear what everyone has to say. So again, thank you to all the staff, and Chris, thank you very much for what you accomplished here. And to Cooper, if you're watching, thank you. Mr. Brown, I know I was harsh on you, so.
So I would just say that we won't adopt the old or apply the old adage of everything's been said, but just not by everybody. So I won't repeat all of the good things have been said, but I agree with everything that my colleagues have put forward this morning. So unless there's further comment, move to the rule. Do I hear a motion to approve the proposed rule?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to move the approval for adoption of the proposed administrative rules as presented in our attachment 2 of our materials and to establish the community benefits program.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Byer seconds. Further discussion? If not, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Byer,
Votes yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Chair votes yes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move to, and we're rolling along here ahead of schedule. We're going to move to your mobility office update. So I think we have a group, Brendan Finn and Mandy Putney. Is Della here? Not all quite here. Okay, because it's 9:38, right. I wonder if we could move to the Rose Quarter item. Do we have? Oh, great. Okay, so is that okay with everyone? Okay, Megan, Channel, welcome. Happy New Year. I understand you're here about the Rose Quarter project. What a shock.
It's true. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I will be sharing a general informational update for you after this, but we'll jump right into the decision item here. This part of my presentation is, again, a decision item. And for the PowerPoint, I'm going to just hold for one moment for those tuning in remotely. We're going to go to the second urban mobility portion of the PowerPoint for the STIP amendment.
Okay, we'll get to the slides you need.
So while that gets pulled up, I'm here to request a STIP amendment for the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project to add funding to the preliminary engineering and right-of-way phases that are currently programmed in the 2021 and 2024 STIP. So the requested funding will support the final design of the project's early work packages, as well as design advancement of the main construction package. So when we get the screen up, okay, we will use this slide and we will go forward.
Here's the slide.
So the map on the screen here is one that you've seen before and shows the way that we are packaging the Rose Quarter project. So it highlights the early work package areas. You'll see early work package A on the left of the map, early work package B on the right of the map, early work package C in yellow, starting to move into the center of the project. And then we have the main construction package in the center. With this, we continue to leverage our alternative delivery method, the construction management general contractor approach, really helping us to move forward with the project in these packaged ways in an effort to remain on track for construction at the end of this year, beginning with early work package A. So the STIP amendment that is before you this morning supports the design advancement, again, of these work packages to ready for us for construction. So I'm going to do a high-level overview of each of the packages. So starting with early work package A, again, shown in purple on the map here in the northern portion. Early work package A really focuses on the I-5 mainline improvements at the intersection of Interstate 405 or the Fremont Bridge in that interchange area. So the key elements of early work package A include the I-5 mainline and safety improvements, specifically with the build out of wider shoulders at the 405 and Greeley ramps and interchange area, and then creating the space for the future auxiliary lane tie-in that will happen in the northbound direction on I-5. Early work package A also includes construction of retaining walls in this area, a portion of a noise wall that fronts the Lillis Albina Park, as well as phase 1 seismic upgrades to a portion of the Interstate 5 viaduct that kind of crosses under the Interstate 405 ramps just north of Greeley, really in the northernmost portion of early work package A. There's also a number of architectural treatments that we have been working with our Historic Albina Advisory Board on relative to how the mainline improvements above relate to some of the local street undercrossings under I-5. So that's early work package A. Early work package B is located again in the southernmost portion of the project area. And this is where Interstate 5 intersects with Interstate 84. So similar to early work package A, package B includes the I-5 mainline upgrades at the Interstate 84 interchange, again, including wider shoulders at both the Interstate 84 and then the Morrison Bridge ramps. What early work package B includes is also striping of a portion of the southbound auxiliary lane between the Interstate 84 off-ramp and the Morrison Bridge off-ramp. So today, there's an existing auxiliary lane that connects the southbound on-ramp, kind of coming from the Broadway Weidler interchange area, and ends now at the Interstate 84 off-ramp. That auxiliary lane would be extended to the Morrison Bridge exit, giving drivers more time and space for those merging and weaving movements. I'm hearing an echo. I'm assuming others are as well. Okay. All right, I will keep going. Other elements of early work package B again include retaining walls, bridge barrier railings, as well as the phase 1 seismic retrofits to the I-5 mainline structure and the ramp tie-ins with Interstate 84. This package also includes some bridge deck overlays that will help with kind of the ongoing maintenance efficiencies for our infrastructure. Again, there are a number of architectural treatments included with this as well. Community facing walls, crash barriers, and then again, local street undercrossings, and including some treatments at the Rose Quarter Transit Center that cross under I-5. Moving to early work package C, we start to move to the central portion of the project area. Again, early work package C, similar to A and B, is focused on the I-5 mainline improvements, really just immediately north of the highway, the start of the highway cover area. This package includes widening of the Elliott Viaduct to provide space for the northbound auxiliary lane, and also includes some right-of-way, which you can see in orange, those parcels highlighted, that would be needed for construction staging, really readying us for the main construction package. And the main construction package is the final and really core part of the project. So on the next slide here, main construction package includes elements that are both on the I-5 mainline as well as the local system. So central to this package is the highway cover structure itself. You can see that shown in blue outline on the screen here. The main construction package also includes the local multimodal street improvements that will cross over the highway cover and sort of tie into that area as well. And then the I-5 mainline improvements in the main construction package area include construction of the auxiliary lanes and the wider shoulders for the central portion under the highway cover. So with the main construction package, we then tie into what the space that we've created with the early work packages for the full implementation of the auxiliary lanes and shoulders. So on the next slide, again, I'm here today with the request to increase the project's preliminary engineering and right-of-way phases. The $40 million request for preliminary engineering would allow us to finalize the design for each of the 3 early work packages, A, B, and C, and also to advance the main construction package to the 30% design milestone. Also a request to increase right-of-way by the $2.7 million, really to account for the additional right-of-way needs for the hybrid 3 highway cover design. So on the next slide here, in front of the commission is, does the commission approve amending the 2021-2024 STIP to increase the preliminary engineering and right-of-way funding for the Rose Quarter project for a total increase of the 42.7 million. I will pause there, and I'm happy to answer any questions along the way as well.
Yeah, is this the only right of way involved in this request? What's shown on this, or are there other pieces that I'm not remembering?
There is additional right of way associated with early work packages A, B, and then the main construction package. Early work package C is really focused on some key construction staging areas that would need to be readied before we initiated the main construction package. So that's why they are highlighted specifically here, but there are additional right of way needs.
Are they shown on the A and B slides?
They are not, but that's
Okay.
a follow-up that I can easily provide to the commission.
Okay, maybe just for now, you could just describe them.
Sure. So I'll
Maybe can we move to the A and B slides? Can that be done? So at least we get the segments
Yep.
in front of us.
So for early work package A, the right of way needs are very limited and are actually just temporary construction easements for the construction.
Okay,
And are some areas underneath where I-5 and I-405 come together.
Okay.
So we're working with the city of Portland regarding those. For early work package B, on the next slide, as we go to the south, there are there's some additional parcels that are needed there for temporary construction easements as well. One of those does include, you can see that we're crossing over the Union Pacific Railroad. There is some right-of-way needs and coordination occurring with the railroad in that location, as well as some sliver right-of-way needs kind of on the east and west side of I-5 in that area. And then you saw what was highlighted for package C, and then for the main construction package, there also are some additional right-of-way needs in that shaded area. And I'll be clear that there are no homes that are being displaced as part of this. It's limited to commercial and business right-of-way takes.
and kind of at what stage are you in the negotiations on this right away? Cumulatively, all of the right away elements.
With early work packages A and B being more advanced by way of construction timeframe, we are in the midst of property discussions there, whereas with package C and then the main construction package, we're still finalizing the design to confirm exactly what those right-of-way needs will be.
Okay. And our last question, are any of these temporary right-of-way acquisitions that would then some, all?
Yep, the majority of them are temporary needs. And I think that's an area where we, as you know, as we've been charged to do business differently, we'll want to explore kind of what's the right use for those areas that we're only using for construction as we move forward in the future relative to conversations with the community, what might we be able to do with those properties.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Byer.
Has there been an assessment of the impact on businesses during construction and that?
The supplemental environmental assessment at a very high level discusses some of that, but we have a lot more work to do as we learn more about the design, as we continue to work with our kind of traffic management plan and working with our contractor on the sort of the means and methods of construction and how we'll be doing that. But that's definitely top of mind for us and needing to work with the business and broader community as we learn more detail about that.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to approve? Maybe we should get that slide back up so we can know exactly what we're approving. Here's the requested action in front of us. Is there a motion to approve that action?
I am moved to approve amending the 2021-2024 statewide transportation improvement program as noted on the slide.
Commissioner Smith moves the pertinent action here. Is there a second?
Sorry. I'll second that.
Okay, Vice Chair seconds. Further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Byer,
Well, it's aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
I vote aye as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I think I saw Della arrive. Are we ready? Okay, great. So we'll now move to item E1, the Urban Mobility Office update. And we have with us UMO Deputy Director Della Mosier and UMO Strategic Initiatives Director Mandy Putney. And I don't know about Brendan. Oh, and Megan's staying up. And Brendan is not here and not coming.
Okay, thank you. Good morning,
Good morning.
Brendan.
Like a Hendrix concert back over there.
Is that it? Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Brendan will be here. Got it? Okay. All right, great. I'm gonna need that for a minute. So Brendan's on his way. He'll be here shortly as we get into questions. So great that we're getting the new year off to a quick start. So wonderful to be here. Good morning. For the record, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Della Mosier. I'm the Deputy Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. And we're here to provide an update on some of our projects and programs. So next slide, please. So this is the urban mobility strategy map that we start each one of our updates with to just provide an overview of all the things that are going on related to creating and reducing congestion in the Portland metro region, as well as doing that in ways differently than we have in the past. We are investing in safety improvements and making seismic upgrades and removing bottlenecks to reduce congestion and improve access for people walking, rolling, and using transit. We're also investing millions of dollars in transit agencies, and we're ensuring local voices have direct funding through our community-based organization agreements through our innovative mobility programs. We're also making it easier for people to make the switch to an electric vehicle through much of the work that the agency is doing around creating an electric highway, as well as reliable and well-spaced electric charging stations. We're also applying congestion pricing at points along the highway network to fund upgrades, reduce carbon emissions, and improve congestion. We hope that the urban mobility strategy will ensure that Oregonians have a safe and predictable routes to get where they need to go for generations to come. So with that, next slide, and I'll go ahead and turn it to Megan for a brief overview of the Rose Quarter project.
Thank you for having me again, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners.
Good to see you again this morning.
So for my informational update today, I wanted to share with you that we've reached an important milestone in our process for further evaluating the Hybrid 3 highway cover design concept. So back in September of 2021, you directed the agency to further evaluate the Hybrid 3 cover design concept really as an outcome of the independent highway cover assessment process. So over the past year, our team's been working diligently to perform that technical analysis. And in November of last year, 2022, with the Federal Highway Administration, we did publish the supplemental environmental assessment that describes the benefits and impacts of that Hybrid 3 highway cover design. So the supplemental environmental assessment was published for a 50-day public comment period. That's nearly double what the required 30-day comment period is for environmental assessments. And that comment period closed on January 4th. We're currently compiling and reviewing all of the public comments that we received. And will be, our next step is addressing that comment that we've received. So our team's pulling together all of those records as we speak, but we know that we've received at least 850 comments to date on that. So again, this public input will inform our next steps in the environmental process, and then as well as the Federal Highway Administration's decision document on the supplemental environmental assessment. We expect that decision document to be completed in spring of this year, so in the coming months. And this decision document is that necessary next step that informs how we proceed into the final design and then ultimate construction of the project. I'll also note that we continue to work with stakeholders in the community, specifically with our Historic Albina Advisory Board and Community Oversight Advisory Committee, as we refine the project design going forward. So that concludes my informational updates on Rose Quarter. And with that, I'll be turning it back to Della for an update on the Abernathy Bridge construction.
Are there questions for Megan on Rose Quarter? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have the pleasure of updating this commission on the incredible progress that the construction team has made out at the Abernathy Bridge project, which is just the first phase of the longer 7-mile suite of improvements planned for I-205. And this is just the first phase, phase 1A, that's currently under construction. So since the shotgun start for this crew back in June of 2022, the team has been working hard to build this project literally from the ground up. They've installed 7 drilled shaft foundations on land, as well as excavated 4 drilled shaft holes in the water. And for some context, these holes are about 12 feet wide and more than 200 feet deep. There are platforms that are built out in the water to hold the equipment, specialized equipment that we'll talk about in a minute, that excavates those holes that will eventually contain the foundations that will support the seismically resilient Abernathy Bridge. For context, those 12-foot wide, more than 200-foot diameters are the largest diameters or largest shafts at this depth anywhere in the United States. So again, with the shotgun start, this team has worked together incredibly well in order to create and accomplish some feats that haven't been done anywhere else in the country. The team has also finished driving piles to build a work trestle bridge that's located on the south side of the 205 main line. And you can see in the picture up in the top center there, just for context, how big this work trestle bridge is when you look at the size of the construction worker out there while that particular structure was being assembled. Some other cool pictures in the top left of folks welding steel casing, which is what goes in the hole as it's being excavated to connect each piece of casing together. On the bottom left, they have to, because it's been so cold, heat up the casing before they weld it to get it to the right temperature for a successful weld. And then you can see folks working with some of the crane apparatus to get equipment out on the barges, and of course, the overall construction site. The team has been able to, go ahead.
For a second, Commissioner Byer.
You say, how many of those 12-foot holes are we having to do?
I believe there are at least 4 in the water, and there might be about, I'd have to check the exact number of they're 12-foot in diameter shafts. We have some micro piles. We have some that are smaller, but I believe there are about 6 or 7 of those shafts.
Amazing.
Yeah. I think the technical term is hugantic that we've been using out there. So the team's been able to accomplish a lot of these construction and implementation feats, all while either meeting or being on track to meet our disadvantaged business enterprise goals, including our apprenticeship goals, our tribal participation, our minority and female worker participation, as well as meeting or exceeding our local preference hiring metrics, which, as you'll remember, was part of that federal pilot program that we've been able to implement on this project. You can see additional information on the project's workforce and contract diversity dashboard by visiting www.i205corridor.org. And while we all know it's the people that make a project like this possible and successful, we've also had the advantage of getting to use some pretty special equipment. So if we can go to the next slide and just watch a quick video on the oscillator, which is the strongest oscillator in North America, that has been a key participant in us being able to dig those holes. So a little bit of fun there. We'll be signing copies of that soundtrack after this meeting. But I don't know if you could see, but the bucket that is associated with Oscar is able to reach in and grab the dirt out. If you notice, that bucket practically fills up an entire dump truck load with each scoop. So you can imagine, as Oscar is digging down those 200 feet, the numerous bucket loads and the numerous truckloads of earth that have to be moved in order to excavate, again, more than 200 feet. And a lot of these bigger, deeper foundations are, for reference, as tall as the Oregon Convention Center, including to the tippy top of its spires. So imagine a foundation that deep supporting the Abernathy Bridge.
Commissioner Fire. It was on for a second.
Are they putting casing in as they dig down? Is that how it works?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I can't wait to answer this. So basically the oscillator wiggles back and forth, and as it's wiggling back and forth, it's advancing the casing down at the same time.
Oh, wow.
And then each section of casing, that they have to heat it up, weld it, put the new section in, and it wiggles its way down. And then that loosens up the dirt that is then removed by the bucket.
So the oscillator actually operates inside of the casing.
It's pushing the casing down. Yeah.
Cool.
Amazing.
I'm curious, does the operation of the equipment, is it staffed? Is that part of you contract to use the equipment and the staff? Is that how that works?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. So one of our DBE contractors is Malcolm Drilling, and they're a specialty contractor for big foundations like this in North America. And they, as part of their bid, paid to have this oscillator built for this project.
Oh, wow.
I assume all of this is related to seismic resiliency. Could someone say something about that?
Sure.
Like you or Mandy?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Of course, these foundations are really to be able to ensure that the Abernathy Bridge can withstand a Cascadia level seismic event. And so because the Willamette soils are saturated, clay, and not incredibly reliable, these foundations are going all the way down to basalt bedrock, which is located around 200-ish feet below the existing surface. And those foundations are keyed into competent material.
So I just get this out there for all who are listening, that if we have such a seismic event, having seismically resilient bridges across the Willamette and the Columbia are critical to everyone who lives in the state. So this is not just a bridge project. This is a seismic planning project and a assurance that we've got at least one bridge, hopefully more than one, depends on the size of the event, across the Willamette and across the Columbia. This is not addressing the Columbia, but we have other bridge projects focused on that. So it's just an important thing for people to think about as they're thinking about cost and they're thinking about all these other things that we talk about, that the long-term play here is being able to operate as a community, as a state and as a region every day that there isn't a seismic event and every day after there is one. So hopefully this investment pays off. Commissioner Byer?
Thank you, Mr. And that's a really important point. I think people, there's no need for them to think about, but as we look at the alternate routes when the big event happens, most of that support that will come into Central Oregon and has to get down to the valley, and the Rose Quarter route and this bridge is important, not just to the people who live around there, but that will be the feeder stream for the valley. One of two.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess one of three.
Okay, other questions? Or we'll let you continue with your presentation. Sorry, we were a little bit blown away by Oscar.
Yeah, okay, many are. So just to add on to the comments, of course, this is just one phase of the 7 miles set of improvements that are programmed to make this section of I-205 seismically resilient. And again, that critical lifeline route, and in the case of the Cascadia event or a similar event, to ensure that emergency resources and supplies can make it in and out of the region as we look to recover should such an event happen. So they appreciate that highlight. Going forward, this weekend will mark the beginning of the very first closure on the I-205 main line as part of this project. And we will be closing at 8 p.m. on Saturday night, the right 2 lanes on the southbound direction, which will allow the team to be able to set up equipment to pour concrete into one of those deep shafts that was excavated in the water. And those lanes will be opened back up by early Sunday afternoon. So the first mainline closure occurring this weekend. And so with that, I'll turn it to Mandy, who's going to talk about the I-205 toll program, which is key to funding those next phases of the I-205 improvements project to make that seismically resilient corridor. Mandy?
Welcome, Director Putney.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. I am Mandy Putney with the Urban Mobility Office. I'm the Strategic Initiatives Director. And Della's always a hard act to follow, but now with Oscar in the mix, it's even harder. So I don't have any cool videos or soundtrack. I am here to talk mostly about the 205 level 2 traffic and revenue analysis, but in light of the comments this morning, I'll back up just a minute. If you wouldn't mind.
I'd encourage it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Some of the comments were about 205 and some of them were about the regional mobility pricing project. And as you saw with Della's map of our urban mobility strategy, really the backbone and support for that strategy is a regional price system on Interstate 5 and I-205. The I-205 toll project is the first step in achieving that vision of regional pricing for the Portland metro region. And I am here today to talk mostly about 205, but I will also note that we are moving forward with analysis for the regional pricing system and have just kicked off our process under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. So more will be coming to share with communities about that study and that analysis, which does look at a range of, the study area does include I-5 from the river down to Boone Bridge. We don't know yet where the gantries will be placed. So that is the work of moving forward. And our team is more than happy to meet with community organizations and stakeholder groups as we move forward. So we've just closed our scoping period to get comments on the scope of the analysis and the range of disciplines that we should study. And so we'll have more to report soon as we go through. We had about 4,500 comments that came in. So there's a lot of work for the team to do to understand the input, and that will inform our work as we go forward. It does take a little bit of time, but we are committed to sharing information as we have it. And that's our approach that we've tried to do with 205 too. So there is a lot of information I get that our process can be frustrating at times, but we are trying hard to share information as we have it. We've had the level 2 TNR analysis on our schedule as being available in January. So we were glad that we were able to share it a little bit earlier than expected in December. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. As you know, we are doing an environmental assessment on the I-205 toll project as well. Also under NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act process. This environmental assessment that we're working on will describe the benefits and impacts associated with implementing a variable rate toll at the Abernathy and Tualatin River bridges on I-205, as well as completing the next phase of the 7-mile corridor project that Della referenced just a few moments ago. So the rest of that project includes adding the missing third lane on I-205 between Stafford Road and Oregon 213, and seismically improving or rebuilding 8 other bridges on that corridor. So not only will we have a bridge over Abernathy River that's able to withstand a Cascadia event, but we'll have a corridor that's passable following a significant seismic event. The draft environmental assessment will be available for public review and comment in the next month or so. So we're eager to get that out for public review and comment. And I will say here, we know there's a considerable amount of frustration about the cut-through traffic that's happening right now in the neighborhood surrounding I-205. This is the 1 7-mile section of a 26-mile corridor that currently has only 2 lanes in each direction. So narrowing from 3 lanes to 2 lanes at Oregon 213 really is a source of the bottleneck. It results in crashes, side swipes, and also rear end crashes. And so we're able to move forward and address both the operation and safety concerns, as well as congestion management by pairing pricing with the capital improvements. Concurrent with the environmental analysis, we've also been working on more detailed financial analysis, which is not required by NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act process, but will be required to move forward with tolling. This is a multi-step process, ultimately ending with an investment grade analysis that would be completed before the commission is asked to set toll rates for this corridor. The slide that's up right now talks about the level 1, level 2, and level 3, the different steps in the traffic and revenue analysis process. We've just completed level 2. And this is used to estimate the likely funding contribution range from tolling for the planned capital and safety improvements on I-205. The toll traffic and revenue study assesses traffic levels, performance, and forecasts of potential toll revenues likely available from tolling at the Abernathy and Tualatin River bridges. On my next slide, I'll share some of the traffic findings and then move on to some more of the financial information. The traffic analysis shows that combining the congestion pricing and the addition of the third lane is able to produce significant benefits for the 205 corridor. Even as the population continues to grow, traffic modeling shows that in 2045, congestion on I-205 would be reduced to 2 hours or less per day with the project. Without without the highway improvements and tolling, there would be up to 14 hours of congestion per day. It's more than half of the day. With the project, we'll see travel times through the 7-mile I-205 corridor that are about 25% shorter in the morning rush hour and up to 50% shorter in the afternoon rush hour. And there'll be a safer roadway with up to 21% fewer crashes on I-205 compared to doing nothing. The project supports ODOT's carbon emission reduction goals. By implementing congestion pricing, ODOT is able to add the additional through lanes and improve congestion and safety without raising carbon emissions. Collectively, these traffic improvements result in an economic benefit of more than $40 million per year between 2027 and 2045. Moving on to the next slide, I'll share some of the financial takeaways from this report. The level 2 TNR study shows the capacity to provide a significant amount of toll funding for the I-205 improvements project, showing a range here of 500 to 800 million in funding. This is inclusive of an allowance for the low-income toll program, which is currently under development. The level 2 study modeled a variable rate toll schedule with higher rates during the most congested hours of the day and lower rates when there isn't as much congestion. The rates used for the analysis range from 55 cents to $2.20 per bridge. The analysis shows that most trips would result in paying a toll only at one of the bridges. Most of the trips go over one of the bridges. 80% of the trips would pay a one-way toll of $2.20 or less. As you know, the level 2 toll traffic and revenue study does not tell us what the specific toll rates will be. Toll rates for the Abernathy and Tualatin River bridges will be determined in 2024 by the commission after additional analysis, and that's the investment grade analysis, which will be conducted. Between now and then, we'll be able to better refine our socioeconomic considerations and understanding of the low-income toll program. We'll also have more specificity from our lenders about financial requirements and bond requirements, which will inform a more detailed analysis in the investment grade or level 3 traffic and revenue analysis. This concludes my part of the presentation and overview of this report and kind of progress to date for the 205 toll project. Happy to answer questions before turning it back.
Shabire.
The 2-hour commute, is that a 2-hour reduction in congestion? Is that converted in any way to, for the average commuter, how much time they will be saving?
There's 2 separate metrics that we're using. So one is that when we're looking at 2045, we are seeing 0 to 2 hours of congestion for a section of 205 compared to doing nothing, which would be about 14 hours a day of congestion. So that's just a flat number of hours that would be seen typically during the peak hour. There also separately would be more reliable trip and shorter commute times.
I think the question that a lot of people, just a common driver will ask is, how much time is that going to save me in going to work or coming home?
Right. Depending on the time of day, I think it's anywhere between, 15 minutes or half an hour. Right now, drivers often have to plan an extra 30 to 45 minutes for their trip because they don't know how long it will take. And so in the future, with this project, where people won't have to build in that buffer time, they'll know that their trip will be the same amount each day that they go.
Other questions, comments? Vice Chair Brown?
My question goes back to maybe the public comment and people asking for documents, wanting to get more information and feeling like we're not responding fast enough. And I myself work for a government agency and know that sometimes the people that have to respond to all the requests are limited because we're wearing so many hats trying to do so many things. The question I guess I have is there a way to help that process to maybe set aside somebody that is responsible for that and making it really transparent to people how to get the information so that they don't feel as frustrated? Because a lot of times they feel like, I asked this, I want an answer tomorrow, and it may be 2 weeks before you can get to them. So I know that was a lot packed into that question, but is there something we can do?
Yes, we can always try to improve in this regard. We do track our incoming emails closely. We encourage people to use the Oregon Tolling email address or to go to the website and submit a comment because that allows us the best ability to track it. I have been in touch with one of the commenters. We're working on trying to set up a time to meet. So we're able to do in-person meetings and to share information. Sometimes we do get requests that ask about the intersection between our work and our partner agency work. And so those are a little bit more complicated to answer because they're not records that ODOT might have at our fingertips. So we're trying hard. I am personally available if people want to contact me. And we have a team that's very committed to trying to answer all the questions as they come in.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate,
Chair.
oh, sorry, sorry.
Close us out since I wasn't here at the beginning. Good morning. Here's our last slide. And apologies.
Welcome.
Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. Again, apologies, but Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I want you to know, when I got in my car departing from Southwest Portland this morning, I turned on the YouTube live stream and saw how fastly you were moving through your agenda this morning. There was a tendency for me to have my right foot go really hard down on that accelerator there, but I want you to know safety is a priority for this agency and especially the Urban Mobility Office. And I knew that few minutes weren't going to be worth it. So apologies again for getting here for a little late, knowing that you got through your agenda a little quickly. But the last thing I do want to mention, but unless there's any other comments or questions from the commission, is I want this to be an example for my fellow division administrators, how important it is to have a great deputy. Della did the comments perfectly in setting up, obviously, the urban mobility strategy, our role in that, and the agencies as well. So I want to thank you, Della. Great job for stepping in so I could be safe on the roads, which we all should be. And that also goes for Megan and Mandy, who did a wonderful job. So again, apologies for being a little bit tardy today. And again, any other questions or comments, we're happy to try to answer those.
Any questions for Brendan? Yes, Commissioner Byer.
I'm just
No.
curious if we didn't get to it, maybe it's elsewhere, but how's the 217 project going?
It's going well. That's under Region 1's portfolio as far as overseeing the delivery of that. It's one of those pardon our dust situations there where the people are dealing with closers. But as far as I know, the construction of that project and everything is moving along as smoothly as it can, even with the inconveniences that it provides for people who travel in that corridor. Obviously, it'll provide a lot of safety and mobility benefits at the end. But yes, Commissioner Byer, it's moving around swimmingly at current time.
I haven't spent a lot of time on that recently. I can tell you that I was very impressed with the way the contractor's working on it. People seem to be very okay with the project, which is surprising considering how complex it is.
Yeah, a lot of credit goes to Ryan Winsheimer, the Region 1 administrator, as well as Tobin Peltz and their team working with contractors. They're really doing a fabulous job, making us all look good.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Director Finn? I just want to say, Brendan, we appreciate your good judgment in driving responsibly and hiring good talent to back you up or lead you. So thank you all for being here, and we appreciate it. Okay, so little agenda check here. We are at 10:24. We have 4 tolling items to take us into lunch, including 2 decision items. So I'm wondering how many of these to take on before the break, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I might recommend that we can certainly get through the the Oregon Highway Plan tolling amendment and potentially even the toll rulemaking and rate setting process update prior to the break, given where we sit.
Okay, so let's try and get through F and G by about 11 if we can. And then we'll take a break as scheduled, because I know people build what they're doing around the agenda we put out. So I'm trying to stay pretty close to it in terms of the breaks and the topics. So we'll go to item F, Oregon Highway Plan tolling amendments. And Administrator Peets, who I know has been flying around the country, has just returned. So welcome back.
Thank you. So for the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis Division. Glad to be back in Oregon and talking with you today. So this topic is about the Oregon Highway Plan tolling amendments. And we engaged in this process to modernize our policy and to really help prepare for program development and implementation. We last spoke with you in September of 2022, where we shared kind of the suite of draft policies that had been created. And we also summarized what we had been hearing from the public and got some feedback on the direction to revise that document and come back. Next slide. So what we're here to do today is we're recommending adoption of the tolling policy amendment that's in your packet and the associated findings of compliance with our statewide planning goals. As the Oregon Highway Plan is one of our statewide policy documents, it's really under your purview to adopt as you see fit. Next slide. So in support of this potential action, we provided several things in your packet, including a comprehensive record of all the public comments that we received. We also have the policy language that's been finalized that we're recommending, and an account of everything that's changed from the public review draft to what's in your packet now that we're recommending. And then the legal documentation I mentioned, which is those findings of compliance. Next slide. So as a review of the development process here, we released the draft policy back in the middle of June of 2022. As we did that, we heard several public comments that requested a little bit more time to really look at, understand, review and comment on the policy. So we extended the public comment period. So for a little over 3 months, the public had an opportunity to see the comments and engage on the topic. Next slide. So we did this in several different ways. We had a website where we had kind of a comprehensive suite of materials available that really described the policy, the intent, had information available, and also included an online public comment form so we could collect those comments easily. We had dozens and dozens of meetings with many entities across the state, including several important tribal partners, our regional organizations and governments across the state, and local jurisdictions, especially within the Portland metro area where tolling's immediately being considered, and other stakeholders as well. In total, we received over 400 written comments that we culled through and worked to address as we revised the policy. Next slide. So we summarized the comments into some kind of high-level themes that are shown here on this slide. I think most relevant to which of the policy are some comments around things like how we defined a corridor where funding could be spent, and interest in making that a little bit more flexible. Also, a number of comments around diversion and mitigation and concern for actually how we define those terms and what that means, which I think gets to the heart of the overall theme on how the revenue for tolling and pricing can be used, and how funding would kind of flow down to different investment things, or what we call the spending hierarchy. Next slide. So we worked to address many of these themes and also really specific comments that we received kind of within the parameters of the feedback we heard in September. A lot of this revolved around definitions and distinctions in the plan. So that's a lot of the edits that we made. So we, for example, better distinguish between the different types of pricing. So congestion pricing or tolling to raise revenue for a major capital roadway or multimodal investment, or kind of when those two things are combined. And in better distinguishing those and the objectives for each, we then clarified the different spending hierarchies depending on what your objectives are. We also added a whole new section to define a project. And the reason that we did that is kind of what's included when you toll, what's those suite of things. As part of that, we had a policy at one time for short trips, 3 miles or less, and kind of distinguishing those as different. We wound up removing that policy distinction. We did retain the corridor definition, but we did add some flexibility there. We also distinguished between a roadway corridor and a multimodal corridor and defined those in different ways because they function differently. And then we looked at and added really specific criteria for the direct diversion impacts and mode shift impacts that should be considered part of the project, and created that clarification. We also added more accountability and clarity around how we will collaborate, coordinate, and communicate with our stakeholder partners kind of throughout decision-making processes. And lastly, and importantly, working with our tribes and through consultation, we strengthened acknowledgement of the tribes in the policy and policies around that. Next slide. So what we have before you and what we're recommending, we feel strikes a balance between really trying to be as responsive as we can to stakeholders and having that two-way dialogue. and kind of within the parameters of providing the structure necessary to implement and develop programs around tolling and congestion pricing. This language and the adoption today, I think, is an important action in really supporting implementation and program development overall. You'll hear from Assistant Director Travis Brower later on efforts that they'll be standing up to set rates. And this policy provides that foundation for that to be done. Next slide. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, what we're recommending today is for you to consider adopting the Oregon Highway Plan Toll Policy Amendment and the associated findings of compliance with statewide planning goals.
Questions? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the OHP tolling amendment? Commissioner Byer.
I'm having a little trouble. There it is. I would move approval of the requested action.
Commissioner Byer moves approval. Second.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Brown seconds. Discussion. Hearing none. Not hearing none.
Just a comment. I think this is obviously a very controversial item, tolling in general, and reading through the packet, over the week, one of the things that struck me as really important is this does not impose a toll or does make any decisions about that. It merely sets the parameters to do it in the conditions that be considered. And to that extent, I think the staff did an incredible job of laying that out, laying those parameters so it's easier for the public to understand if they choose to, and for us as a commission to make those decisions.
Yeah, very good point. A lot of steps to get to turning on tolling, and this is just one of dozens. So with that, if there are no further comments, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Byer?
Yes.
I vote aye. Thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you.
Welcome home. Okay, we now have Assistant Director Brower, who will take us through at least item G and maybe more before our break.
Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And I'm going to walk you fairly quickly through a couple of background information pieces about tolling, continuing the conversation we've been having over the last hour, and then ask for your approval of the funding we need in order to actually implement the tolling systems across the state. So Maureen and I are going to tag team on this, and I think we can run through the background fairly quickly.
Welcome, Maureen.
So now that you've approved the OHP toll policy amendment, you've, as Amanda said, basically set the framework, set the box for toll policy across the state. And so that allows us to begin the process of really operationalizing that toll policy through our rules and rates and systems. So that is what we're going to talk about today. You have now basically kicked us into the next section of the work, which is the rulemaking and rate setting process. These rules that you approve are going to cover really three different areas. So first is toll operations, how customers interact with the system, including the accounts, the enforcement process, civil penalties, any of those issues related to that customer interaction. The second is the toll rate framework. What is the process for setting tolls? What intervals of the day have different toll rates? How rates differ between different vehicles? What people or vehicles may be exempt, including the low income program that we've talked about, and issues like that. The third really is the actual rates, which must be set in rule by the commission. So it's important to note that all of this falls under the commission's authority under statute. And so you will be getting those rules coming to you, both the actual textual rules as well as the rate tables for inclusion in the administrative rules of the state. In order to help with that process, you have authorized us to stand up a statewide toll rulemaking advisory committee that will help provide the voice of the customer for that process as we develop the policy and the rules and as we bring forward rates to the commission. So we have now appointed those members. A list of the committee members are in your packet. I'm very excited about this group because I think we got a lot of really good people who are going to bring their unique perspectives to bear. It's a very diverse committee in terms of the representation on it, and including a lot of folks who represent various user groups, from small business to trucking to agriculture to industry to commuters, to those who will bring an equity lens to the project. We have representation both from the Regional Toll Advisory Committee, which is made up of primarily of regional elected officials, as well as from the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, which Commissioner Smith has ably led in recent years. So this will be a group that will bring all those perspectives to bear and really bring their individual perspectives to help us work through these issues. Separately from the STRAC, as we're calling it, we will be engaging tribal governments through formal government to government consultation. As we have heard from a number of them, Amanda mentioned this in the OHP, there is an expectation for that engagement with tribal governments about how the tolls will apply to tribes and their members. So as we work with the STRAC and as we work with tribes, we'll be back in front of you talking about a number of toll issues. You've already had a number of conversations about toll policy, and we'll be wanting to get any additional direction and policy framework feedback before we bring you rules. The last thing we want to do is bring you rules and you say, well, that's not quite what we were looking for. So we will commit to ongoing and continuous engagement with you on these issues. The rules will actually come to you later this year, starting with those rules around the customer interaction and the rate framework. And then next year, after we have done additional analysis of toll rates for I-205 through what is called an investment grade traffic and revenue analysis, we will actually bring you a proposed rate structure. It will likely differ a little bit between what you just saw in the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis for I-205. As we refine those, get additional voices to come in, look at the revenue needs and the traffic impacts, we'll bring that back in front of you for final approval sometime next year, generally about 6 months before go live. You need to have those in place and not much sooner than that, because you need to be able to sell bonds, and they need to be very fresh rates in order to satisfy the financial markets. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions about the rulemaking rate setting process.
Questions or comments for the Assistant Director? I too want to thank Sharon for her service on the EMAC, and I'm glad to see that Philip, who I believe chaired it, is that right? Yeah, that his voice is moving forward in the process. So for those of you who think that we have these committees and then they just disappear and there's no connectivity to the next stage of work, it's not true, as Assistant Director was noting. And I have had a chance to talk with that committee a couple of times in their meetings, and it was a very good committee and a very good process. So I think we're trying to do, and I think we are doing, a number of things better than others who stood up tolling. And so I appreciate all the good work that's been done to date, including EMAC, but much more work done beyond that. So thanks to everyone who has gotten us to this stage.
I will also note that we will, EMAC and the Regional Toll Advisory Committee will have a voice in this process as well. I think I'm going in front of our TAC next week or the week after to talk about this process. I imagine they'll be weighing in a variety of ways, and we'll be back with EMAC as well to have some of those conversations, as they have a lot of expertise now, having done that work for the last couple of years.
So any other questions or comments? This is an informational briefing, so we can move on to the next item, which is the same team. Glad to see Susan Black join. So please move on to item H, I guess it is.
Great. So the next piece of the work that we're doing is really the toll system development and implementation. Next slide, please. The implementation of tolling requires deploying and integrating 3 interrelated primary systems. So there are roadside toll gantries that identify vehicles so they can be charged a toll. There is a back office system that manages accounts and that will generate invoices and do the invoice payment process. There's people shown in this picture, but frankly, it's going to be more software and computer systems with some people helping out. And then there is a customer service operations component, which will be online, phone, and walk-in center available to customers when they need some help. Showed a picture of DMV here because that's the sort of thing you might envision, being able to go in and get help from your friendly local toll center. Let me walk you through how a customer will actually interact with this system, just so you can get a sense of what that will all do. And then I'll turn it over to Maureen to talk about what the procurement process will look like as well. So generally, a customer will go online or to a walk-in center to set up a prepaid account and get a toll transponder, which is a little tag, a little sticker, very small, very lightweight, that you'll put in your windshield. Or they can choose to set up an account that will allow them to pay by plate, so that the system will take a picture of their plate as they go through. When they drive under a toll gantry, as shown in this picture, the system will either read that toll tag or take a picture of the plate, or both, and charge their account for the posted toll rate, which will be shown on a sign on the freeway that is associated with the roadside gantries. The toll.
So can I interrupt you right there? So no toll plazas, no buckets that you're throwing change into.
Chair Van Brockman, you are absolutely correct. The commission has been very clear for about 15 years of discussion of tolls that there will be no toll plazas or buckets across the state. And that is consistent with the direction that pretty much every toll agency is moving toward, all electronic tolling, which allows you to travel at highway speeds under these gantries. So even systems that used to have toll buckets to throw change into are generally changing that out where they can.
So you're just driving and you're being told you're in the toll area, and then you receive, I know you're going to get into this, but you will receive a bill basically.
Yep. You will see a sign up on the freeway that will tell you what the toll rate is for that time of day and for that facility. And so generally that will occur before you get to the toll facility, and you might even choose to get off the freeway and choose another route. But we will also be very clear about what the rates are in advance so that people will know before they go, as our trip check logo or slogan has always been. So the toll will be deducted from their account. They can go online, we'll have an app, or go on the internet and just take a look at what their account is, see what they've been charged. And if they need to dispute a charge, then there will be a process for doing so. You know, if a customer hasn't set up an account, then they will get a bill in the mail. I've gotten this a number of times when I've used Washington State's toll systems. You get a bill in the mail. Generally, a lot of people will just pull out their iPhone, type in their credit card information, and pay that really quickly. There will be a surcharge. As you can imagine, it's more expensive for us to process and pay those bills when it's done through the mail, as opposed to when someone has a prepaid account. So anyone has an issue or a question, or needs to set up an account, can go into the customer service center or call or go online. And throughout this process, what you'll see is there are customer choices, whether you want to have a prepaid account or not. We hope most people will choose to do so, as that is going to be a much smoother way, both for us and the customers, to interact. And we expect throughout this process to offer strong customer services. There's going to be an expectation from those who are paying these tolls. They need to be able to get a hold of us very easily and address the issues that they have. So I will turn to Maureen, let her introduce herself, and she can talk to the next slide about what we are actually going to be procuring in that process.
Thank you, Travis. I'm Maureen Bach. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the Oregon Department of Transportation. I'm responsible for the road usage charge program, toll operations, and the public-private partnership programs. So what Travis is describing is really being translated right now into the requirements that we need to put into our procurement documents so we can procure the appropriate roadside equipment that can differentiate between vehicles, capture the data appropriately at given kinds of travel speeds. We also are doing a separate procurement for back office and customer service because whoever is getting the customer service contract will need to be able to use the data that's collected in the back office. So all of these things are being coordinated with people who are involved within the department, for example, DMV, Commerce and Compliance, and our financial services people. So the requirements are very detailed. We're also getting some feedback from external people like WashDOT and from the IBR people on what those are going to be looking like. So these are the systems that we will be procuring in 2 separate procurements. Our plan is to finalize those requirements as quickly as possible so we can go out for procurement later this year. As soon as possible later this year, because we have a very specific go live date. But the other thing to note is because of the size and the functionality that we're acquiring, these contracting documents will be subject to DOJ review as well as the Office of the State CIO.
So before we turn to the STIP amendment, I'll ask if there are any questions, and then we'll ask you for the money we need in order to do this.
Questions? Okay. Then we will move on to the STIP amendment, item I, and then we'll take a break.
So you've heard the phrase, it takes money to make money. That is certainly the case with tolling. There are upfront costs, both for development of the plans, the preliminary engineering, the NEPA work, as well as for actually building out these systems. And as you can imagine, if we're planning to go to procurement later in the year, we need to have that money in a bank account essentially so that we can show vendors that we are serious. So that is why we are coming to you today to ask for you to program funds in the STIP. This is for statewide tolling systems primarily. And so these are the customer service center, the statewide back office service systems that we are procuring really are going to be a base system for any toll project anywhere in the state ever. These are scalable. So it is not that we are going to spend $91 million just to go live on I-205 and then have to have another, $91 million in the future. There will be additional costs, but that will scale up, whether we're talking about tolling I-205, the interstate bridge, the regional mobility pricing program, or as I always say, that future date when we have to toll a replacement for the Yaquina Bay Bridge or some other area in the state. So these are those base statewide systems. We are also asking for $10 million for the roadside systems to procure some materials, things like the gantries and other items that have a very long lead time. I'm sure you are all now, like the rest of us, experts in supply chains, as we have heard so much in recent years about how difficult supply chains are. That applies to some of these systems. So in order to meet our timeline for going live on I-205 tolling next year, we need to get that order in essentially so that we can get the gantries and then erect them next year. So there's $10 million set aside for that. Just to be transparent, there will be additional funding that is needed for some of the RMPP system activities and for construction of both I-205 and RMPP. So we will be bringing you some additional requests there once those are amended into the regional transportation plan. With that, we would request your approval of this additional $91 million for the statewide back office and customer service systems and $10 million for the roadside systems.
Yeah, Commissioner Byer.
Thank you. Just curiosity, the gantries, they'd be similar to the information signs that you described a couple of years?
Yes, Commissioner Byer, they are going to be very similar to the sign bridges you see across the freeway that either hold static signs, the big green signs, or those ITS information systems. These are custom designed though for tolling, and they'll have specialty hardware on them, particularly cameras and transponder readers that will be a little bit different.
How about the connection, some fiber optics or whatever to move the information back to the central computer?
Yeah, I'll answer that.
I'd be happy to. Yes, they will have to have some kind of broadband connectivity, and we're working on that as well.
Is that, can you use the systems that, or the network that you have in place for the electronic signs?
In large measure, yes. There may be some upgrades needed for some of that equipment.
We do not have broadband deployed or fiber deployed on all areas of our freeways. Much of the Portland metro region does have it built out, but there will be some areas where we'll need to expand that in order to have that fiber connection.
And on the software sides, I assume a lot of states are doing this already, that they're standardized packages. We're not doing special custom stuff.
That is correct. Commissioner Byer, we are looking at getting a commercial off-the-shelf system to the extent possible. Something that is configurable to meet our requirements and our business rules.
There are a large number of vendors in this space, so I think we'll have a very competitive process as we procure this.
And these signs will also indicate when you're entering a tolling area, and then I assume when you're leaving. How will people know?
We are contemplating there will be signs in advance of the toll zone saying that they are about to enter a toll zone.
Okay. And the same at the end, you're now leaving the toll zone?
Well, that'll be trickier on RMPP, but yes, there will be at the end of RMPP, there'll be some indication that that's done.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know
The
exactly
director has
how that would
comment on
work.
Actually,
Director Strickler?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could for just a moment, less
Sure.
related to that specific item, but Maureen is absolutely right. The thing that I wanted to mention is we heard in public comment, how can you move forward with something on the roadside and on the back office when there are still other unanswered questions about rate, about what type of implementation might come forward, and what kind of decisions the commission might make in the future. I'd look for my team here to correct me, and please feel free to, even in this setting. But this request that you have in front of you really is not an acknowledgement of what the toll rates are. It's not an acknowledgement of what policies you might consider. This is an acknowledgement that tolling and congestion pricing will exist, and we've been directed to do so, both by you and by the legislature. This is not an indication that all of those other decisions that you've heard about in these separate items leading up to this have already been decided yet. The lead time in order to get this in place so that you can reach a turn on point is significant. And that's why we are moving these in parallel. And that is why all toll programs across the country, as they start up, move these things in parallel. Did I capture that correctly?
So just as a follow-up question, what we heard specifically from Clackamas County Board Commission Chair Tootie Smith was allocating before, I think she mentioned JPAC, completion of the EA, and federal approval. So do you have any comment on her comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I might turn to the team for help on the piece about JPAC, but as far as in parallel with federal approval and the other, that is actually fairly standard for toll programs that move forward, especially programs moving forward under Section 129.
Yeah, that's correct. The reality is that we will be moving forward in parallel on the NEPA side and the toll system development and deployment side because of the timeframes for both of those. Of course, if for some reason we do not receive NEPA approval or the commission decides against implementing tolls, despite the direction we've got from the legislation, then the work on the toll systems would fall back and we would stop spending money and end those procurements. So you will always have that option. This is not a decision to set toll rates. It is merely the allows you to do so eventually.
And I would just make one quick comment, and Commissioner Byer knows more about this maybe than anyone in the state, but in reading the statute on tolling that was approved in 2017 by the legislature, it's absolutely clear that we are mandated to toll on 205 and I-5 in the Portland metro area. That is a clear and unambiguous directive to the commission and the department. And I think that's important for people to know, because I think and it's easy to do, but sometimes people confuse what we have the discretion to approve and what we are charged to approve. And that's an important distinction in this case, because this is a policy decision that was made by the legislature. The bill was approved by the legislature on a bipartisan basis in 2017, and it was signed into law by Governor Brown. Not this Governor Brown, Governor Kate Brown. So I just want to get that back out because we're now in 2023, not 2017. It's easy to lose sight of that. People start thinking we're now making a decision to toll in the state. That's a decision that was made, but it was made by former Senator Beyer and his colleagues in 2017. That is not to shift responsibility, it's simply to explain what happened. Commissioner Beyer for the rebuttal.
Since you brought it up. You are absolutely correct. It's very clear in House Bill 2017 that there will be tolling in the metro area, but perhaps more important in the discussions that happened before in constructing that bill, there was extensive discussions with the community, civic and elected leadership of the metro area, broad base, and it was their idea that there should be tolling in place. There is a congestion management as well as funding for the projects. They were the ones who pushed that idea to the legislature and asked for it, although they quibbled some. But that's it. The other part, so you're correct on that. That is what the legislature did say. The second thing, though, just reflecting on Commissioner Smith's comments today, earlier, in relationship to what's in front of us today, as I heard her, what I believe I heard her say was she wasn't quibbling about tolling in the metro area. She was concerned about the implementation schedule and whether we did 205 first or did metro wide.
Right. It was the order in which we
Yeah,
were
it's the
doing
order.
things that was
So
bothering her.
Important.
And we're
to-
talking about Commissioner Tootie Smith from Clackamas County, not Commissioner Sharon Smith. We do not have an internal
Clackamas
debate
County
on
Smith,
this.
Not OTC.
Yeah, right, exactly. Commissioner Tootie Smith, not Commissioner
Just to
Sharon
be
Smith.
clear. But the-
Yeah.
But the other point relative to this is just getting the system and the equipment. It doesn't say where it's going to go or how it's going to be implemented or what the rates are going to be. But you still need to get the system in order to move it forward. So that's consistent, I think, from 2027 in terms of the direction to this commission to go forward.
Yeah, and that statutory mandate has not been amended by, there have been many legislative sessions since 2017, both long sessions and short sessions. This has not been revisited by the legislature. And so we're moving forward. The many steps we're taking include this step. And with that, unless there's further comment or questions, I would look for a motion to approve the statewide tolling system STIP amendment that is in front of us today and on the screen.
Just a clarity, please, question.
Yes, oh, question first, sure.
I just wanted to make sure we're asking for 101,270,000 total into the STIP. Is that correct?
That I believe is correct. Let me look at the actual number that is included in the letter. Yes, correct. There is actually two separate projects in the STIP that you would amend, one for the I-205 toll project and one for the statewide systems, totaling $101,270,000.
And you're okay with that total being in the motion?
Yes.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to request the approval to amend the 2021-24 statewide transportation improvement program known as the STIP to add 101,270,000 for the funding of the toll program.
So we have a motion. I just want to make sure, just to double down on this, this memo totals a 110 number, not a 101 number.
Is that 110? Okay.
So,
Sorry.
well, I don't know. I want them to tell us.
Mr.
Page
Chair,
one.
that is the total funding, including the money that has
Oh, the
already.
19 million has already been,
Yes,
very good. Then
I
the
made my
motion,
heart
then the
skip a moment
motion's
there.
right. I just want to make sure we're moving the right number. So is there a second to Commissioner Brown's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Byer. Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Byer,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith. That's
Aye.
Sharon Smith. And chair votes aye. So we are now going to take a break and come back at 11:15. We'll see you then. Okay.
You were in a good meeting.
I have good people to work with. All right. Want to reconvene or come out of our recess? So we're gonna, this afternoon, the order is going to be slightly different. We're going to take item L first, which is the interstate bridge. Because our team on the interstate bridge that's before us today, Greg Johnson and Ray Mabey, have other things to do this afternoon. And then the SAP update will be next. After that, we may take lunch in between those items, but we're likely to just go through both, which will take about an hour. So we would have lunch about 12:15 and then come back to do items J and K at the end. So with that, to keep us going here and trying to get to lunch by 12:15, I will turn to Greg. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, director.
Just need to mute yourself.
I think it's mine.
Oh, for the record, I'm Greg Johnson, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program Administrator. So me and my colleague Ray Mabey, we're here to give you an update on several key issues that have occurred with the IBR, and also to give you an overview of what has happened in the last year. So if we could pull up the slides. So well, if I remembered my list of transportation jokes, I'd be telling those right now. So all right, perfect. All right. Well, once again, good morning, and we're here to give you an update and to keep you informed of some of the key events and what's going to be happening with the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. So there we go. So we'll do the year in review. We'll talk about where we're at with the supplemental draft environmental impact statement, which is the key item of work that our team is working on now. One of the key things that we did in December was release a cost estimate and financial plan draft. So Ray will walk you through what that means, and then we'll talk about the next steps of what's coming up. So we can go to the next slide, please. So as you are aware, we received the endorsement of all of the transportation partner agencies of the modified locally preferred alternative. And it was a unanimous vote, and all of the individual members totaled over 90% of the individual members voted to move this forward. So there is a underlying desire to see this program get built. So we are moving forward. What that approval of the modified locally preferred alternative did was allow us to move into the formal NEPA process, the National Environmental Policy Act process. So that's currently where we are at. And as you recall, this is not a new project, so we are not starting over from scratch. We are taking the lessons that we've learned, and we are doing a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. So those things, even though it is a supplemental, it still takes a great amount of time and effort to get these things done. So our team is working on it. We have been keeping the bi-state legislative team, which Commissioner Byer was co-chair of, informed, and we will continue to meet with them on a regular basis to make sure we have the legislative support for the issues that are needed to bring this project to fruition. So one of those support issues that we need is state funding. So right now, Oregon has allocated $55 million for the planning study that we are currently in. Washington, the state of Washington has allocated $45 million. And we are also have received $1 billion through the Move Ahead Washington revenue package. So that last sub-bullet is what we will be going to the Oregon legislature in this upcoming session to ask for from the state of Oregon to match what Washington has done. So on the federal side of things, we received a $1 million planning grant. And folks may think, well, $1 million when you're talking billions doesn't mean much. But what it was is a signal that our federal partners are tremendously interested in seeing this work move forward. They understand the magnitude and they understand the importance of this to not only the local area, but the state as well as the entire region. So we also submitted a $750 million bridge investment program construction grant. So those were just announced last week. We were not successful, but we anticipated that we would have to have several introductions of this to our federal partners. We are the projects that were granted, and one of them is the project in Ohio, down in the Cincinnati area, I-75 over the Ohio River. Projects that were granted dollars are approximately 1.5 to 2 years ahead of where we are. They are more shovel ready and ready to enter into that construction phase. So we will be submitting again for the Bridge Investment Program grant as well as the Mega Projects grant. And we are heartened by what we saw, the size of the grant that was given to the project in Ohio. They received $1.325 billion for a project that is half the size of what we are looking at here. So we will be revising our ask of our federal partners on these grant programs.
Before you move on to the next page, I just wanted to ask one question.
Yes.
I've heard comments made that if we were not to spend, assuming we got these funds, if we were not to spend them, if we spent part of them but not all of them, that then the rest of the money, whatever that was, could be allocated over to other things. I'm assuming all of these funds are project specific for this project only. They're not monies that could be spent on, you name your favorite transportation investment, only this.
They are very specific to the projects, Mr. Chair. So if we receive this grant, we could not take it and spend it on other things outside of the interstate bridge replacement. So, but we are one of the things that demonstrated the recognition of this project as one of national significance is when President Biden was in the state of Oregon. And before he came, he mentioned this as one of the most economically significant bridge projects in the nation. And we are keeping an eye on other projects around the country, and the things that we are doing here falls right in line with some of the wishes of the US DOT. We're a multimodal. We are trying to find different ways to embed both climate as well as equity into our program. So we think we have a great story to tell at that national level. So let's go to the next slide, please. So our communications team has been doing tremendous work. We have had over 35,000 engagement with community members in 2022. We were at fairs and festivals. We were at community meetings. We're everywhere where someone has a question and we can get the word out broad and wide. We are there. And given that we won 3 awards for our efforts. So we had the Public Relations Society of America gave us an award for our website, our social media, as well as our Bridge Stories video series. So we also, the Oregon Spotlight Award and Merit Award for all of our communications on the bridge. So that team is just doing fantastic things and knocking it out of the park and making sure that we are reaching every corner of the community, but also looking statewide, as this is a project that impacts users around the state of Oregon as well as Washington. So we've done over 100 presentations to local, regional, and national organizations. I was asked to go to Washington, D.C. in September for the Congressional Black Caucus to talk about this program, which Secretary Buttigieg was also at that meeting. So we're getting that national recognition that this is important for this to happen. We have had 6 in-person community events that have touched nearly 500 people. And we have an aggressive plan to have more of these. We hosted 3 equity roundtables, 2 of which I was able to participate in, and those things were fantastically informative and very dynamic and powerful. So this is something that we are focusing on as a team to make sure we are getting the communications for this program done right. So next slide, please. So the key thing that we are doing now that our team is focusing on is on the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. So we are putting out technical reports. We are reaching out to our federal partners, to tribal governments, to local partners to review these technical documents. We are bringing 2 alternatives forward because this is a supplemental, and some of the other alternatives that were studied have already been taken off the table. So right now we are looking at a updated no-build alternative. What happens if we do nothing? And we're looking at the modified locally preferred alternative that was approved and studying what those impacts and benefits will be to the community. Our design has moved from probably 3% design. We're probably close to 6 to 7% design now. And that design team is churning every day, looking at different issues, bridge configurations, alignments, and impacts to the community. So the purpose of this supplemental draft environmental impact statement is to look at impacts, benefits, and mitigation for what this project will look like. So we anticipate having the draft supplemental that should read late summer, early fall of 2023. And there will be a comment period. We're talking to our federal partners and to the community about how long of a comment period they want to see for a project of this size. So on the right side of the screen, you will see the chapters that will be included in the supplemental draft. So the key chapter is purpose and need. Why are we building this? Why do we want to invest this type of dollars into this bridge? The financial analysis will be a part of this. We also have the impacts to the environment. We have public involvement and tribal consultation. So this is a complex document that our team is working on and preparing. But so far we're hitting our marks and we're on schedule for still meeting our start of construction in late 2025, early 2026. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Ray, to talk about the program estimate.
I think it's morning still. Good. Yes.
Second, sorry. Commissioner Byers got a question, I think, for you, Greg.
Greg, included in the analysis. That has one auxiliary lane. And we're also evaluating the potential second auxiliary lane.
So, yes, we are. You may want to turn your microphone on.
Now it's on.
Oh, okay. So, yes, we talked to NEPA experts inside and outside of the program, and we talked to both DOTs. And if we would have proceeded without looking at the impacts of a second auxiliary lane, we would have been sent back to another supplemental to investigate those impacts. So we currently are looking at 3 scenarios. We're looking at 1 auxiliary lane in each direction, 2 auxiliary lanes in each direction, and is there anything in between those 2 that will save space but still be able to accomplish moving vehicles as well as freight vehicles through this corridor in a less congested way for the projected time frame for this project? So yes, we are looking at those alternatives.
Ray, you're on.
Great. Fantastic. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Ray Mabey, Assistant Program Administrator. I'll be reviewing the updates on the program estimate that we recently completed. Next slide, please. Great. So just a reminder that in 2020, we completed a conceptual finance plan that had a conceptual estimate. And the word conceptual here is critical because it was based off of no new work. The funding legislation from Washington asked for this report to be completed to help inform moving forward. So we used the information available at hand, which was work from the previous estimate program of Columbia River Crossing, and inflated that to years of expenditure based on a potential schedule, but also looked at various options and combinations of options that helped inform that estimate, because we weren't sure where this modified look at preferred alternative would land. We needed that work was ahead of us. The high end of that estimate was at 4.8 billion at the time. Now, we all know that there's been a lot of things happening since that estimate was completed. Record high inflation we've been seeing, and escalation in materials. We'll be going over that soon. So that estimate did not include that, or like I said, any intelligence from new work. But since we've accomplished that consensus around the modified LPA, we were able to complete a program-specific cost estimate and around those elements, and I'll be talking about what those are, and escalate that 4 years of expenditure and updated inflation assumptions given what we've seen lately. Next slide, please. So, oh, no. There we go. Mega projects of this size and scale take a different approach towards estimating. A lot of your smaller projects will take some of your uncertainties and add a contingency factor based on your level of design. So if you're at very early levels, that contingency factor is higher. And as you know more about the project, you drop that contingency factor. For projects of this size and scale, we use a risk-based estimating approach that allows us to develop a range based on the risks and the probabilities of those risks occurring or being mitigated. WashDOT has developed a cost estimate validation process that does just that. This process has been adopted by other states as well as FTA and Federal Highway as best management practices on how you approach estimating large projects. So the team sat down and developed quite a robust risk register, tried to understand how those risks impact cost and schedule, as well as the probability of those risks occurring. Some of those risks that you see here are potential delays in schedule and the impact of inflation on those delays, availability of materials and labor due to many factors, including competing projects and supply chain issues. We got continued uncertainty in market conditions and the price in those commodities, whether or not we'd be able to secure federal funding at appropriate times and values, and then toll revenue being available, a couple of those risks. Next slide, please. So how we approach this is to take a really stripped down base cost estimate that has no contingencies embedded in it whatsoever. That is an exercise for a team that likes to build in contingencies. So that's something that just every team wants to do that. So this is a rigorous process to strip those out and then overlay that with those risks I just mentioned and those probabilities and inflate it to years of expenditure. And then what you get is a cost range rather than just a number. And that's important because that depends on how those risks manifest themselves or how they've been mitigated. Now, what was included in this modified locally preferred alternative, just briefly, or of course, replacing the bridges over the Columbia River, replacing the North Portland Harbor Bridge. So we have consistent seismic resiliency through the area. The one auxiliary lane was included in that estimate because that was the approved LPA. We're extending light rail from Portland to Vancouver, from the Expo Center through and along the interstate alignment to Evergreen in Vancouver. We're also having a partial interchange in Hayden Island. I think we know that there's in this 5 mile stretch, 7 interchanges. And so a way to reduce some of those movements as well as keep local trips local is by having that partial interchange and a full interchange on Marine Drive to make sure we're serving our port and having an access bridge from Hayden Island to Marine Drive for those local trips. So these were the elements that are included in that estimate. Next slide, please. So that CVIP work gave us a base estimate range of $5 to $7.5 billion with a 60th percentile or most likely cost estimate being $6 billion. And that is the estimate that this program is targeting as the estimate to focus on building the bridge and asking for additional funding. Now that considers that we will be actively managing and mitigating risks. So it is incumbent upon the project team to attack those with intention and have active risk management throughout the life of this program. Again, that talks about what the base scenario was going in there. And this will set the foundation for the financial plan that is coming out in March, a draft financial plan that is also timed with the draft release of the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis from the tolling revenue. Next slide, please. So why did this increase and where are we today? And I guess this is the true cost of delaying a mega project 10 years, to be blunt. Previous estimate was about $3.4 billion. And National Highway Construction Cost Indexes show a 60% increase in estimates over between the intervening years. It gets you very close to this estimate, at least to 2022.
but we've seen historically high inflation rates. We've seen workforce shortages from the workforce being very tight and difficult to find quality employees. And we've also seen competition with other regional construction projects in not only our state, but in Washington and the region. We're seeing material costs increase from various reasons of commodity pressures, but also global supply chain. So the majority of these costs are from those pressures. We do have some changes in scope from the previous effort, but I think they play a much smaller role in the overall cost increase. Next slide, please. So here's a graph that just shows some of the material cost trends in recent years, in April of 2020 to August of last year. And you'll see, I think it's the blue line that goes up and down, up and down. If anybody was doing any home improvement projects, the price of lumber was unpredictable and saw inflation at some crazy rates. So you look at that, the lumber and plywood has increased by roughly 46%. Steel products, 90%. Just the cost of transportation, 35%. And so not only will the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program see those increases, and that's in our estimate, but other programs and projects around the region see the same cost pressures. We're hoping that those meet out, but we've got projected inflation estimates built into our estimate. Next slide, please. So if the most likely cost of the program is $6 billion, what are the potential revenue sources that would be able to cover that? Well, the funding sources come from three main areas: state funding, federal grants, and tolling. And as Greg mentioned earlier, we've got existing state funding of $100 million been allocated by both states. In a separate bill connecting Washington, they had some funds for Mill Plain, but most recently last year, they through the Move Washington allocated $1 billion for IBR. We anticipate that Oregon will match that. But we also know that tolling is a key part of funding a program of this size. It's typical of programs of size across the nation. And we estimate that tolling revenue for Interstate Bridge to be 1.25 to 1.6 billion. This is a number that we feel comfortable with. As we look back at the previous effort, it had a level 3 investment grade traffic and revenue analysis that did establish 1.6 billion as a viable range, and that was based off of lower traffic volumes. And then lastly, we know we'll be approaching the Federal Transit Administration with a new starts or capital improvement grant application for the 1.1 billion to cover the high capacity transit mode of light rail. Now, these all sum up to be a total between 5.2 and 6.5 billion. The 6.5 we admit is pretty generous and optimistic, but we think we've got a spread that helps us cover the cost of the program and these anticipated funding sources. Next slide, please.
On that slide, just on toll funding, is this 1.25 to 1.6 and involve bonding? You're bonding with that tolling funding, right? I mean, that's not a revenue stream. It's got to be tolling. I mean, bonding, right?
Yes, you would be bonding against that toll revenue stream. We at this point are anticipating doing pre-completion tolling. So once we start construction, that will provide a pay-as-you-go revenue stream. And then when we do toll the final configuration, we'll be bonding against that future toll revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as this program brings in some of those outside dollars, the federal highway dollars, federal transit dollars, the toll revenue, that will have significant impacts in the area. And so the team has completed an economic impact analysis, and Administrator Johnson will share that.
So as we are looking at the size of this program, and folks are swallowing hard to say, okay, how do we fund this? This project does have positive impacts to the economy of both states, to the local region. So we have done a preliminary economic impact analysis, and there are 3 different forms of jobs that are created: direct, and these are the folks who will be working directly on the project, taking a paycheck from the project. You have indirect, such as suppliers, delivery services, folks who supply things as basic as porta-johns on the project. And then you have that 3rd level of tertiary impacts. And this is where those construction workers go out into the community and make dollar spends that start to spin through the economy. So we're looking at a significant impact of this level of investment on this project. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this economic impact analysis talks about what's the bang you get for your investment on this program. So the jobs created, other things that once again spin off into the community, having better trained workforce at the end of this. That's a long-term benefit of this program. So this is not a cost benefit analysis, although the program will be doing a benefit cost analysis. This is just looking at the impacts of this dollar spend to move forward. Next slide, please. So this is the payoff slide. So for an expenditure of $6 billion, we will be generating gross economic activity of $11.7 billion. So that means that we'll have a minimum net economic activity of $3.8 billion. That doesn't exist if this project does not get built. So employment, we're looking at direct project employment of close to 19,000 projects over the projected 8 to 9 years that this project will be active. Gross employment, that's looking at that secondary and tertiary. You're looking at 43,000 jobs created and sustained during this investment period. And so the minimum net new employment is 14,400 new jobs created by this investment. We will be continuing to update this analysis as we move forward, but we think that this is a tremendously good news story for not only the states, but for this region overall. So next slide, please. So what are the upcoming work we have to do? So as Ray mentioned, we will be issuing a new finance plan sometime in early March. And we will continue to update the cost estimates now that we have this base estimate. As we get more and further into design, we will have those costs will be refined, and we will be adding that in on a regular basis. We also are looking at how we can mitigate program risk and incorporate savings. So we know staying on schedule is probably the biggest driver of saving costs on this program. So our team is laser focused on how do we stay on schedule. So we're looking at completing the NEPA study and obtaining the environmental approvals by the end of 2024. That's still our time frame and our goal. We know that there will be legal challenges, so we have preparation for that eventuality. We know that there are some things that could cost or increase the risk is a delay in matching funds. We know that When we go to the federal government, they like to be the last dollars in. So we know we need to identify the local funds both in Washington and Oregon and show them that this is a committed project to move forward. Scope changes are also a risk. If folks want to do something radically different, that may change our environmental process and cause us to have to go back and do more supplemental work. Also, finding unknown or uncertain conditions in the field. And this is where we are benefiting from the work that was done on the Columbia River crossing. They did a tremendous amount of soil investigations. They actually drilled some piles to demonstrate the ease or the difficulty in how you could reach bedrock. So we have all of that information. There still will be some unknowns that we will find out in the field, but we're trying to narrow that scope as much as possible. But our cost saving opportunities, value engineering is one of the things that DOTs do tremendously well. We bring in panels of national experts to look at the project, give them 2 weeks to dig into plans and ask questions, and they come up with alternative ideas to help save dollars. Design innovations from the contractors are going to be tremendously important. And as we refine some of the design components, there are opportunities to save dollars from that standpoint. So we know we have a lot of work in front of us to do, but our team is up to the challenge and we are moving these issues forward. So let's go to the next slide. And this is our next step. So once again, financial plan, probably by March of this year, we will be issuing that. We know we have legislative sessions, long sessions this year in both Oregon and Washington. So the question of funding, as well as some of the tolling issues to be addressed in both legislatures. So we know that we will also be completing a level 2 traffic and revenue study. And this is key and important to say, okay, how much can you really expect from a tolling scenario? How much traffic are you going to dissuade from crossing the bridge? We know that there are only 2 ways across the bridge, so we don't think we're going to be dissuading much traffic, but trying to manage that traffic and take it out of the peak hours is tremendously important. So finally, our supplemental draft will be late this year. And that will move us beyond 2023. We will be entering into a level 3 toll and traffic revenue study that will coincide with this project going to bonding markets to do exactly what you asked earlier, Mr. Chair. And we will be doing the final supplemental and amended record of decision in 2024. And all during that time, we'll be working on packages of construction projects with construction to begin in late 2025, early 2026.
Commissioner Beyer, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg, what distinguishes the traffic study that you've already done using the Metro model from a level 2 or level 3? I guess level 3 is probably the investment grade analysis. So what do you do in addition to running the Metro model?
So it is digging deeper into the numbers, having the most and the latest traffic trends in the area to get to that level 2 toll and revenue. And that is what ultimately says, okay, this is what you need going into the future to make sure you're not creating problems, safety problems or traffic problems into the future. A level 3 is meant as a tool for the bond markets to say, okay, here's how much dollars we project will be available through tolling. Here's how much traffic may decide to do something other than cross the river. And they generally, the level 3 or that investment grade is much more conservative because they're looking at how are they going to pay themselves back. And they don't want to go out with even I won't say a flowery, but they don't want to go out with anything that even approaches reality. They want to be stepped down to ensure that they are getting paid the dollars back.
I get that. My understanding though is that the model is one that has been developed by Metro.
It is.
And it's been nationally recognized and all that. So are we really talking about changes to the model or changes, more detail attention to the data inputs into the model?
So the model doesn't change. That will be the basis for each of these level of traffic and revenue studies. But in the investment grade, there is a level of conservatism, that the skepticism that is brought to the table from the financial markets based on history that they've seen around the country and around the world for revenues that are generated by tolled projects.
So is that expressed in terms of altering the assumptions going into the model to be more conservative?
I don't think it alters the base assumptions, but it may tweak some of the things that a level 2 may indicate. So it doesn't take and say, no, this is junk. It takes it and says, well, we've seen this, and we want to put this contingency and this risk factor onto it. So it's more of a risk element for the level 3 of, are you going to be able to generate revenue enough to pay back the bonds?
What I'm trying to get at there is there's been a lot of criticism that the traffic assumptions are unrealistically high, that there'll be much less than that. That's one set by some economists. The other side of that one is a recognition that the model that you're using is one is developed specifically for the Portland Metro marketplace and has been recognized nationally as one of the best models. So I'm trying to weigh where's the criticism and how do we deal with that in terms of credibility?
So I'm gonna ask my partners to weigh in, but I think that you're absolutely right. We have the Metro model is not IBR. We give inputs, they run the model, and they give us the output. So this is a tool that has been recognized nationally as a best practice for model.
User mic, mine doesn't seem to be working for me. I cannot figure it out. Oh, there it is. It's got control. Okay. Commissioner Byer, those are good questions. I think we do look at the traffic volumes a little bit differently as we're designing for the capacity of the interstate and making sure that we can understand the traffic volumes for designing interchanges and other parts of the system. We want to make sure that we have appropriately sized volumes to make sure that we're not under designing. On the other hand, if we're trying to project traffic and revenue from tolling, we wouldn't want to use necessarily those higher volumes. We'd want to actually take a bit of a haircut to make sure that we are taking a bit of a conservative approach at those toll revenues. And so I've seen in the past folks conflate those two things and say that the program is underestimating traffic volumes, but they're really trying to estimating at a lower level to make sure that we have a conservative value in our potential toll revenue and not overestimating it, trying to adjust those factors you mentioned. But we do use a Metro model to do that. And then we are trying to understand the impact between toll rates and congestion management and find that sweet spot between revenue and congestion, active congestion management. Does that help, Commissioner?
It's kind of like I remember old exercises in how do you size a storm sewer pipe? You don't size it for the average use, you do the megas. So you want to make sure you're building a project that's not undersized.
Correct.
But when you're looking at financing it and using that as a thing, you want to take a very conservative approach to it to make sure that you have the money to build from that tolling source what you can. So tolling source an analysis may actually understate what the actual volume will be intentionally so that you make sure you have the money to build a project.
Correct.
Playing that back, right?
Yes.
That's confusing to the public.
Yeah, it's a really good comment. And
So
it's particularly a really good comment in light of the period of time we expect this asset to be in use. Not that it wouldn't have some repairs and maintenance along the way, it would, but just looking at the bridge that we have today, it dates back over 100 years. So if we're building a 75 to 100-year facility, I mean, I'm just pulling that number out of thin air. I don't know what its duration will be, but there'll be a lot of different things that affect how long it lasts and what happens within the coming millennium. But I do think we're in you were talking earlier about the risk assessment and the state of what this is all part of doing something that's extraordinary. It's not an ordinary exercise here. We're building a critical feature of the system, and it's expensive, and it's going to last, we hope, many generations of Oregonians, 2 or 3 at least.
Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct. Our federal highway administration partners are expecting bridges now to be in that 75 to 100-year lifespan. And because of the amount of dollars that are put into this, future generations aren't going to want to see somebody coming out saying 50 years later, you got to get back out there. So.
Yeah, that's not a good story.
Yeah.
I do think you need to work.
That's a little off your point, but it all relates.
I made that point before too. But I think you guys need to work on your communications on explaining that difference a little better. Because it's it's confusing to me, and it's confusing to me. I'm pretty sure it's confusing to the general public.
We will make sure we do that with the level 2 information coming out probably early summer. We will create the narrative around that and the difference between that and a level 3, and pick up those nuance points you made.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Vice Chair Brown?
So real quick question, Greg, got your name right. Sorry, I apologize for that earlier. When I'm looking at the timeline and the supplemental final environmental impact statement, the amended record of decision, when is the next federal funding cycle? You know, I'm always about the money. So when we're going out for the additional federal funding, how does this fit in with that?
So right now, we know via the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, that was passed in the fall of 2021, they have a 5-year funding cycle for those 2 mega grant programs. So this was the first year that was just released. So we don't want to be on the tail end where the dollars may be sparse. We want to make sure that we are in that first, second, or third year of funding those program funding pictures. But we also know that for the transit, we have to appear in the president's budget. And we are seeking to make sure that we are in the president's budget. The process starts in 2024, but we would be in the 2025 budget that would still be under this administration that is tremendously friendly to to transit issues. So those are our key dates that we cannot miss. That once again, we are keeping an eye on that, and our team is trying to move those forward. But being in the presidential budget for 2025, but also hitting those grant application dates are key critical to getting this thing funded and built.
We'll be entering for those later this year. Yes.
Yep, we will be putting in for the mega grant and our second application for the bridge improvement program grants. Probably starting in May, between May and August.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Sharon Smith?
Yes, thank you. Just a follow up, I guess, to Julie's question for Ray. What is the impact of the Oregon's legislature's $1 billion commitment to the success of our federal grant application under IIJA?
So that's a great question. And what that means is that there is a staunch commitment from both states that this project is moving forward. If it doesn't pass in this legislative session, it doesn't mean that we're done, but it sends a message when we do say, yes, we have each state that have brought $1 billion to the table. It strengthens those applications, and it demonstrates to our federal partners that locally we are serious about getting this thing built. So it's the messaging. And once again, the feds like to be the last dollars in. So having our local dollars committed is would fall into the right schedule and timeline.
Further questions or comments? Okay, so we are eerily right on our agenda for a lunch break at 12:10. So we will recess until 1:10.
Thank you. Nice job.
Oh, there. Hey, we're going to conclude our recess. Going to go in a little bit different order. We're going to start with item K, which is electrification. And then we will go to the OTP update, and then we'll finish with the SAP update. Okay, everybody on board with that? Okay, so KJM. Welcome.
Chair. For the record, Amanda Peets, ODOT Policy Data and Analysis Division Administrator. And I wanted to chat a little bit about transportation electrification overall, particularly focused on charging infrastructure. Obviously, transportation electrification includes a lot of different things that we need to do in terms of costs of vehicles, making sure we're integrating equity throughout education. But we're going to focus on today on the charging infrastructure component of it. And in the vein of phone a friend, I've got some key colleagues with me here today, including Greg Alderson with Portland General Electric, and Joe Collette with Daimler North America. And partly what we wanted to do in this presentation is share what each of us are doing on transportation electrification and how we're working and collaborating together. It's a big topic, requires all of us in close collaboration. And so really appreciate the partnerships and the work that these entities are doing. Next slide.
I want to also just take a moment to thank you both for being here. Daimler and PGE are two critical private sector players in all of this, among many, but certainly leaders, maybe the leader in your sector, so in Oregon. So we really appreciate all of the interaction we've had, all the partnering we've had, and look forward to more to come and expanding and making more progress on this in this area. So thank you both for coming.
Great. So as we talk about charging infrastructure, there's a lot of different players out there, from our electric vehicle service providers across the state. Cities and counties play in the space, tribes, other state agencies. And certainly utilities play a key role as we're trying to bring electricity to the sites. They're also often owners and operators of electric charging stations themselves. So it's key that we kind of understand the landscape, understand what those branches look like, and make sure that we're making connections across and between those. In terms of the Oregon Department of Transportation's role in electrification, we really help to be a convener among state agencies in particular of the topic, bringing folks together, making sure that we're generally moving in the same direction and finding out ways that we can leverage one another's work. We also work very frequently with our utility partners, some of our larger utilities like Portland General Electric and Pacific Power, but also some of our smaller utilities across the state. So we have lots of different conversations with them. And we're working this year on likely setting up some more formalized partnerships where we'll convene a table, make sure we're having those conversations and stay closely coordinated as we're implementing these pieces. We also have done a lot of work with our NEVI program and our TINA study, the Transportation Electrification Infrastructure Needs Analysis. It's really identifying what are the charging infrastructure needs across the state, how do we need to ramp that up, and really what are roles and responsibilities within that. And then we are, through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program and the funding for the federal government, actually putting out charging stations across the state and building a backbone network. But one of the keys, and again, the note on this presentation is really about partnerships, that it takes us working together individually and collaboratively to get this work done. So I'm going to turn it over to our utility partner here today to introduce himself further and share what PG is doing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. I'm Greg Alderson with Portland General Electric. Next slide, please. For PGE, EVs are here and many more are on the way. We saw EV registration in our service area up a third in the first half of 2022, and that's not anomalous growth. That's consistent with what we've seen. And we expect at least 130,000 light duty EVs registered in our service area by 2025. And that's probably a conservative number because our forecast doesn't yet account for acceleration in the market from tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, NEVI funding, and other funding streams from IIJA, or Oregon's adoption and other states' adoption of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. So that forecast is probably low at this stage, and we update it regularly. Next slide, please. We have seen substantial growth through the pandemic and through supply chain challenges of recent years. And so with that growth that happens over time and not overnight, PGE is engaged in a number of planning processes to make sure that we're ready to serve our customers as they move to EVs. These planning processes are all overseen by the Oregon PUC and open to stakeholders. We start with a detailed forecast that we maintain every year for EV adoption using all kinds of data, including model availability, sales and adoption rates, DMV data from ODOT, and impact of public policy. We then channel that forecast into a few different planning processes. The integrated resource system plan, which enables us to ensure that we have the resources to serve the load. That's, do we have the resources to provide the amount of electricity demanded? And we, after each IRP, the next of which for us is due out this spring, we have an action plan where we procure additional resources. We also plan for our distribution systems needs. So think poles and wires and transformers. And we complete a distribution system plan that is a newer kind of planning for us, whereas the IRP is a longstanding process, a process that we've been engaged in for a long time. We plan for the distribution system to make sure that we are able to enable and draw upon and really maximize the opportunity that electric vehicles provide for a flexible, smart grid. And lastly, we have our transportation electrification plan, which integrates all of our transportation electrification related activities. And we'll be filing that in the first half of this year as well. Next slide, please. So PGE is already supporting our customers around transportation electrification in a number of ways. And we're looking to expand on some of these programs through our transportation electrification plan that I just mentioned. We are helping our customers understand EVs through a total cost of ownership tool on our website for both fleets and for residential and passenger vehicles. We provide rebates for in-home level 2 charging and panel upgrades now. That's a recent update where you can, if the panel upgrade is what's getting in the way, we can actually provide a rebate to help with the cost of the panel upgrade if that's necessary. And all of that also provides now for enrollment in our smart charging program, where the utility in partnership with the customer can send a signal to shift charging of that vehicle, say off peak hours on high demand days. We have a similar kind of program for multifamily business and workplace charging for level 2 charger rebates. We now have recently added DC fast charger rebates for those use cases. And we're exploring in construction type incentive where we actually help design for some of the larger installations, the make ready, which is the electrical infrastructure that goes up to the charger. We're also supporting public charging. We have approval as of this past fall to install 60 chargers on utility poles to really leverage the assets we already have all over our service area, where it's pretty easy to pull the electric equipment down from the pole. So we work with cities on the parking next to the poles so that that's available for charging. And we have our electric avenues, which are 7 charging sites with about 4 to 6 chargers each. Next slide, please. We're also working to support our fleet and medium and heavy duty customers. So we have our fleet partner program, which is a 2-part program. The first is free to the customer, where one of our PGE engineers works with that customer on a feasibility assessment and a charging analysis so that that customer can understand their options, understand possibilities and costs with regard to the electric service to their chargers for their fleet as they plan for that, and also help them understand what vehicles might be available to them within their site and the electric infrastructure needs. We also then have the build phase that we have underway with a number of customers where we actually provide the design, construction, and pay for up to a cap the infrastructure up to the charger behind the customer's meter. Because as you may know, typically the utilities work stops at the meter. In this case, we actually go beyond the meter to help support those fleets. That program is pretty essential in our planning as well, because it allows us to understand and inform our fleet customers' plans. And we know where a larger load might materialize, for example, and that can inform our planning on our system. We also are learning how to power medium and heavy duty electric vehicles through our Electric Island partnership with Daimler Truck North America. That's a public charging site designed for large vehicles, test equipment, and managing charging. We have learned a lot in partnership with DTNA there so far, and the next phase of that work includes installing higher powered chargers, adding battery storage to reduce feeder loads, so you can pull off the battery at a peak time rather than off of potentially a more constrained feeder line, and deploying solar generation to see how we can optimize storage, generation, and charging all in one site. Next slide, please. So with all of this, and that's a nice, summary of what we at PGE are doing, but all of it takes partnerships and coordination. And that's really the point that we're here to make, is that this takes an all of the above approach to infrastructure investment. It's public, it's private, it's utilities, community groups, and more. And so, we really have appreciated the strong working relationship we've had with ODOT's climate office to date, helping to inform the TINA study and bring our experience to inform ODOT's work to deploy NEVI funds, community charging, and other elements of the $100 million that ODOT has committed to around charging. So we have very much appreciated and eager to continue partnership and coordination with ODOT and their leadership. We also are in regular communication with state and local government around our programs and programs that state or state, local, city, county government may have underway. We communicate with private operators as they deploy charging. And like I mentioned, we are planning with our fleet customers. So there are, as you know, certainly challenges ahead, given the substance and speed that is required for the transition to electric vehicles. But that means that planning and investing sooner than later is important. And we appreciate ODOT's leadership in that enterprise as well. So I'll stop there and happy to answer questions when the time is right.
Amanda, do you want us to take questions as we go? Yeah, okay. Commissioner Breyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Greg, very impressive what PG is doing, and no less than I would have expected. I'm curious, a couple of questions. One, I'm just curious. I know in California they're hooking chargers up to streetlights. I don't know if you're in commercial areas mainly, I think, because it's already, I think that's just whether you guys are looking at that. Second one, I'm curious about your perspective, what you're finding in your planning about the distribution system, and looking ahead 10 years, 15 years, what's your assumptions about the capacity of the system for generation, or the sufficient generation to get there? And I will comment, last thing is that I noticed your projection was pretty linear. I think you're wrong. Yeah, I think it's going to be much more exponential.
Well, Commissioner Byer, and I have to adjust to calling you Commissioner Byer. But a couple things. One, to my knowledge, we don't have plans around chargers coming off of streetlights. Although we may have looked at that, but we've been focusing on poles because we have the most direct authority over those poles, and we have them all across our service area, and it's easier, I think, to pull the power for a level 2 charge off the pole than off of a streetlight. But if you're interested, and more happy to follow up with you on that. As far as the distribution system question that you had, this is a question that we have throughout our distribution system planning process, which has been a multi-year process. And it's a place where we're also talking a lot about what we refer to as non-wires solutions that help to reduce the need for system upgrades. So one example that's at Electric Island, where we're looking at batteries or on-site generation, where when there's a peaky load, a truck that shows up, there is an ability to pull off something other than the broader system to avoid a more substantial upgrade that might be costly to a customer. So that's one element that we're looking at in terms of planning for the distribution system needs for charging. The other, I think, is just more generally that our expectation is that where distribution system upgrades are needed will be more typically the public sites that are very large, like for trucks or for fleet sites, and are they less likely to be necessary, less likely, not would never be, less likely to be necessary for passenger vehicle charging sites. And you had a third question that I have forgotten in my answer, so feel free to prompt me again. All right, thank you.
So I think we'll just take questions one commenter at a time. So if you have questions now, I mean, you can ask them at the end as well, but if you have questions now for Greg and related to PGE's work, this would be a good time to ask if you have questions, or else at the end. Yeah, Vice Chair Brown.
Hi, Greg. The question I have is your coverage areas. So in the state of Oregon, we are one state, and my question goes to PG&E is doing this work. How far south do you go? That's number one question, or even to the coast or into Eastern Oregon. And then the other question I have is, what are you doing to work with transit fleets to move them into electrification?
Absolutely. So I actually conveniently have a map of our service area on one of my early slides, if staff might want to put that on the screen. But roughly, we go from Mount Hood out to Forest Grove, Portland to just south of Salem, with a good chunk of the Willamette Valley in between. Yep, there you can see it. So while we have a substantial portion of sort of the most populous part of the state, we're far from all of the state, and that's where the partnerships and collaboration piece comes in, whether it's with Pacific Power, since they have a substantial part of the state, or the many consumer-owned municipal public utility districts, all of whom are kind of approaching this in their own ways, given their own needs. We have almost, well, definitely the majority, if not almost 2/3 of the EV adoption in the state in our service territory right now. And so it makes sense that we might be further ahead because we have more customers there. But our customers drive all around the state, and people don't drive according to utility service areas. So it is important that we have a broader strategy at the state level. That's where the PUC and ODOT both come into play, and investments from the Oregon legislature as well. So that's why we're pleased to see what ODOT has committed to in terms of EV charging. We know, and I think ODOT knows that there will be more to come, I think, after that in terms of needs for the state in charging infrastructure. And you asked about transit. Let me address that very quickly as well. We are in regular touch with the transit districts we serve, the largest being TriMet. And TriMet, as you may know, is moving ahead on electric buses. They placed a substantial order in 2022, I think, for about more than 20 buses. We have had a partnership with them for a while around charging at a few of their garages. And actually just very recently, we're having a conversation with them about what would the utility needs look like for expanding charging at one of their garages as they think about the new buses that they have ordered.
So Greg, I have just one quickly. Sharon, did you have a question?
Well, I do, but it's not for Greg, so maybe I'll
Okay.
wait.
All right. Very good. So I'm curious about your relationship, not your personal relationship, but the company's relationship with auto manufacturers. The scenario I'm thinking of is, I believe Tesla is building a large charging plaza. I think it's in Douglas County. I know that's outside PG's service territory from working at Stoll Reeves for all the decades I've worked there. I know the difference between the service territories of our clients, but I'm curious whether you have perspective on that and how that works, how because as Amanda has said, and you've said, and I'm sure we'll hear more in this presentation about this, it's a multifaceted set of actors. And so if Tesla decides, I think there's about 150 chargers at this charging plaza in Douglas County, how the utility and the auto manufacturer work on that, whether it's just a case by case thing, or whether there's an ongoing set of conversations going on about what's next. And so you're going to see their map and what they're planning to do. Yeah. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, there's a few things. Good question. There's a couple pieces. One, I think there's a dimension of this where it's a competitive market in terms of kind of the public charging landscape, right? And so in this case, Tesla's a little bit less an auto manufacturer and more a charging network provider, right? And so, whether it's Tesla or ChargePoint or others, the same question arises. And because it's a competitive market, particularly with building out charging, there isn't always full transparency into whatever every actor is doing, but the utility needs to be able to serve that load. And so we tend to have conversations with them about where they're heading. They might ask us questions about capacity in certain places. We encourage everyone putting in charging to come to their utility, whoever it may be, as early as possible in the process, so that they know, what might be either planned at that location. They know what the constraints might be at that location that they've chosen. So it is, I think, it is a little more sort of iterative than sort of big picture, full transparency, because of the nature of as what you I think correctly described as a pretty dynamic market. And I think there are always ways that we can coordinate further, but within kind of those bounds. So, and if that's something you'd like to have a longer conversation about, I think we're happy to.
Great. I appreciate that. And that distinction you're making between, I'm sure they've separated these things for a lot of reasons into divisions. I did read yesterday, Mercedes is going to make a major commitment in North America on chargers. So I just think the world is moving on us.
Yeah. Well, and you will see many manufacturers are also working hard on the charging. Daimler is certainly an example of that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Next slide. So I'll just also note on that question too, I think you'll hear from Joe later on the collaboration from a manufacturer standpoint with PGE on building the infrastructure, the planning that took, the collaboration that was needed together, and kind of how long that process took. And so that gives us a lot of key information on how do we do this successfully in the future. And I think there's also a lot of opportunity, and we've seen some of this in Oregon with sharing data on where travel occurs in a way that we can start to understand demand across the system. And that's really valuable information for utilities to start to plan ahead as well. So I was going to kind of jump in. I know most of you are well familiar with ODOT's approach to electrification here, but a couple highlights as we go through that I think kind of tie the pieces together and how we're working. So as has been mentioned, there's that $100 million plus commitment to adding electric vehicle charging infrastructure. From the needs analysis that we've done, it not only helped to understand the ramp up that we need to do, which is significant. And so as Greg mentioned, we all need to be in this together and really pushing hard to meet the demand that we know is coming. But it also helped us to understand kind of roles and responsibilities. So I think from ODOT's sake, it really helped us to understand that as a public entity, we should be coming in and adding charging, one, to create a backbone system and network. That's what that NEVI funding helps to do. But also to add infrastructure where maybe it's not profitable to come in now. The demand's not necessarily there. So that might be our rural areas, our low-income communities around multi-unit dwellings, our Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. So I think that really helps to solidify one of our niches and focus areas. On the medium and heavy duty, which you'll hear more about in a little bit, And I think what we've learned from that process is it takes about 5 years to plan out a site, 2 to 5 years. And so we really need to be starting that now. So on the light duty, things are coming fast. We're all in. While things are still emerging and evolving in the medium and heavy duty sector, we cannot afford to wait to start planning the infrastructure and moving ahead. And then transportation electrification isn't just cars and trucks. It is also the micromobility options. And so next slide. We created a micromobility report that will be coming out in a month or so to really look at this issue in particular. So I think in many ways, charging infrastructure isn't necessarily the barrier here because that often occurs at home, but we're also finding some opportunistic ways that we can add charging infrastructure. So that report, I think, really shows and demonstrates our interest in that micromobility side and gives some key kind of opportunities and challenges that we're going to work on addressing for that sector. Next slide. The other thing is kind of an evolution off of the TINA study itself. So that electrification needs analysis. And now we're leaning into the deployment strategy. So the TINA said, what would it take? What's that volume? What are the things we need to focus on? This is the how-to guide. This is really the partnership that we're providing in terms of a leadership moment for our jurisdiction partners, our smaller utilities, other entities that are interested in doing this work on the how-to. What are the things you need to have in place? How do you need to be thinking about it? But also importantly, we have a lot of really good data and information from the TINA study that you can look at a census tract level and understand what your infrastructure needs are going to be. And we've had entities like the Portland Bureau of Transportation, Central Lane, and others asking for that information. We've been providing it, and that's helped the local jurisdiction do their planning work that matches well with the state plans. And so that kind of is a great opportunity there. So NEVI, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, will help us build out our entire kind of backbone network. So we anticipate being able to fund deployment on all of our alternative fuel corridors that are designated. And NEVI is fairly prescriptive. It focuses on light duty vehicles. But one of the things I wanted to highlight here in that rubric of we're trying to support transportation electrification as a whole is that we're looking at opportunities to add potentially low voltage chargers for electric bikes along with when we place these chargers, and then see how we can support medium and heavy duty, at least in some sites. So what we think we need there is a fair amount of land so that we can have a pull-through site design so that the semi-trucks aren't doing a 200-point turn to turn around and get out. So we are looking for those opportunities from kind of a design standpoint, but also, as Greg mentioned, future-proofing and looking for opportunity to bring the electrical capacity into those sites, as we know that we'll need higher and higher wattage chargers over time. Next slide. So this is the map of the NEVI investments. I think you've seen it previously. The light green are the year one investments along the I-5 corridor up at 205 as well, and then US 97. And then it kind of shows the build out over time of how we're looking to advance that, but we'll get that backbone system in place. Next slide. The other way in which we're doing this, so if we look at the culmination of that 100 million plus, part of that comes from the NEVI program, but another third is likely going to be targeted at what we're calling our community charging rebate program. You've heard Greg talk about a fair amount of rebate programs from the utility side. I think this is the one where, again, as we think about roles of a public agency, this is where we're leaning in to really buy down the cost of chargers by providing a rebate in our rural areas around multi-unit dwellings and to our disadvantaged communities. So we'll be launching that the middle of this year, and pretty excited about this program. There's a lot of interest there. Commissioner Byer, you asked a question earlier about light poles, and this is where I think this collaboration comes in. I think there's an opportunity as the Portland Bureau of Transportation is considering how they're opening up some of their right-of-way for opportunities for charging. This is where we can pair their regulation changes with some funding to say, okay, they're opening it up. At the same time, there's this good funding opportunity as well. So I think that can catalyze some good charging investments. Next slide. And then on the medium and heavy duty side, as I said, this is one where We haven't planned out specific investments right now, but we're really looking at partnerships for how to. So we are in negotiations with several different entities on some applications, maybe to seek for federal funding for the $2.5 billion in discretionary funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to see where we can do this and then leverage some of those federal funds as well. So I was going to turn it over to Joe now for kind of the medium and heavy duty spiel. I feel like you hear from me a lot, so I want to make sure I save time for that, but I'm happy to answer any questions now, or if you want to wait till the end.
Commissioner Smith has a question. Why don't we take
Yeah,
that?
this is my reserved question, and it's related to what we heard about the collaborative relationship with PG&E, which is fabulous. Just wondering, do we have the same level of collaboration, or are we on track to get there with Pacific Power, which is another really big provider?
Yes, absolutely. So I drew straws to pick which one I'd bring up here today, and Greg won out on that. But yes, we have a very close collaboration with Pacific Power as well. And as I mentioned, we're working a lot with our consumer-owned utilities. So we've heard a lot from them in public comment and just in monthly meetings that we have with them. So it is working really closely with absolutely all utilities in that space.
Thanks.
Thanks.
On that point, I just also want to say to Greg how much we appreciate your CEO, Maria Pope's personal involvement. That's an important signal to the level of interest at your company. So, and I'd say at Daimler, senior officials at Daimler that I've had conversations with have that same level of passion for what you all are doing, which we're eventually going to hear about. So thank you both for the vertical integration of your commitment.
Okay, so let's go next slide, and I'll turn it over to Joe.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Van Brockman. Thank you, Amanda, for the opportunity to present today. I'm Joe Collette. I manage the public charging infrastructure team at Daimler Trucks North America. And in the following slides, we'll get into a little bit of what we're doing in this space and opportunities to collaborate further. Next slide, please. A little bit about who we are and our kind of our special connection to Oregon. We're headquartered here in Portland, Oregon. We manufacture electric trucks here in Portland, Oregon, and we're also the market leader in this space. So we hold almost 40% market share. And I think a goal we've set publicly for ourselves for 2039 also speaks to how serious we are about electrification, and that is that we will be a manufacturer of only zero emission vehicles by 2039. And the activities I'll be talking about on the following slides highlight what we're doing today to meet that goal. Next slide, please. The first thing I want to emphasize is that heavy duty electric vehicles are available today for sale. Our customers buy them and use them to deliver freight. So this is not a concept. This is not theoretical. These trucks are on the road and they are in series production as well. The vehicle on the screen right now, our e-Cascadia, entered series production in Portland, Oregon at the end of last year, and our first customer deliveries were shortly thereafter. And this is a Class 8 vehicle that can haul freight with the same capacity as a diesel equivalent. So this is the real thing, and it's being made and sold today. Next slide, please. Will be followed shortly by the introduction of Class 6-7 vehicle. This is our EM2. Similar range and charging times, also to be manufactured in Portland, Oregon, and will be available to our customers shortly. Next slide, please. And under our Thomas Built Bus brand, the Julie C2 here, available today for sale, safely transporting children across the country right now. So with these three slides, I hope to really drive home the point that medium and heavy duty electric vehicles are here. We're offering them to our customers. And while we enjoy the position as market leader, there are others offering these products as well. Next slide, please. And so we know this transition for our customers is a big one. We're changing from relying on liquid fossil fuels that enjoy robust distribution system and familiarity for our customers to something a little bit new, a little bit different. And we offer a variety of supporting services to make that transition successful. We have consultants that work with our customers on site layouts and where charging infrastructure will go. And we also are making a number of investments in the public charging infrastructure space. A place where we started in collaboration with Portland General Electric was on the development of Electric Island. And this is the first public heavy-duty charging station in North America, opened in April of 2021. And it's, for us, it's a living laboratory. It's been invaluable to help us understand the performance of new and emerging technologies for the charging infrastructure that support these trucks. It also captures valuable data about how the public interacts with the site, and was designed with a number of features that make it easy for us to change the technology that we have deployed there, introduce new technologies, like my colleague Greg was talking about, with energy storage and the next generation of high-powered chargers. So it's really been invaluable for us and our customers to capture early learnings, and our partnership with Portland General Electric has been invaluable as well. Next slide, please. We've also taken the next step in this space. We've formed a joint venture to build a national network of heavy-duty truck chargers and charging sites. And this will continue to help support our customers as they electrify more of their fleets and need the support of infrastructure beyond what is placed behind their depots, behind the fence where the truck might park at night. And so with these slides, I hope to further emphasize how serious we are about this space, and our willingness to invest in the supporting infrastructure that our customers will need to successfully make that transition. Next slide, please. There's places where we'll need to continue to collaborate to ensure our customers are successful in the transition. And when we start designing and building the infrastructure that heavy-duty electric trucks need to charge, our collaboration with our utility partners is especially important. These sites look a little bit different and feel a little bit different to the electrical distribution grid than passenger car. We're up in the 10 megawatt plus range when we talk about multiple trucks charging at the same time with the next generation of charging technology. And so that does require that 3 to 5 year planning horizon that was mentioned earlier. And so throughout our interactions with customers, we tell them to engage with their utility early and often, and that helps ensure a successful deployment. And that will continue to need to be the case. And we'll also need to work together on proactively identifying areas for investment as more and more of our medium duty and heavy duty fleets electrify and more large load additions are added. But we've been very grateful for the partnership and collaboration we've received so far, and look forward to a future where we continue to support our customers making this transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if I might ask Joe a question, I feel like this is awkward that I'm answering, but sorry. But Joe, you talked about the production side of things. Can you speak a little bit to the demand side in terms of orders and kind of response on that side real quick?
It's a great question, and I'm gonna have to not comment on that at this time. Something that we can on an industry-wide level talk more about in the future.
So we'll treat that as proprietary information. Sharon, did you have a question for? Okay, good. I mean, I don't mean good. I mean, fine. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe, that 10 megawatt number, I was sitting here looking at that, and I've been out to your Electric Island site a few times and ridden in the trucks, and I find them fascinating, but I'm sitting here thinking about pulling into a truck stop and seeing all the trucks there refueling and thinking about 4 bays and 60 to 90-minute recharging. That's hard for me to imagine on the long term, and I've been a real advocate of all this. I think there's a real opportunity there, as you've done there with more of the local in-state kind of fleet. That makes a lot of sense, but trying to get to that next thing as we try to decide what it should look like as we roll out under the federal program. How do you do that? That's one. The other one is where you put those things. You know, it's not like you stick them in a rest stop, because they're not going to want to, the drivers aren't going to want to be sitting there for 2 hours. Yeah. I think there's some real challenge. I think it's great, but I think there's some real challenges around that.
Appreciate that question, Commissioner Byer. And what these slides provide was a snapshot of where we are today, but this is a very rapidly evolving space. And there's already a lot of activity underway around what's called the megawatt charging standard. Daimler's part of this international coalition of manufacturers and charging hardware makers and designers to develop a single standard to bring that charging time way down. And with that comes a much higher charging speed. And so this standard it's pretty far along in development. It's looking at a maximum, the technical maximum the connectors can handle is in the multi-megawatt level, but a future where trucks can be charging at 1.5 megawatts, and we're talking about a 10 to 15 minute stop. In comparing that with the current fossil fuel refill stop that a diesel truck would make at a truck stop, clocking in at about 30 minutes.
That would be close.
We feel that very quickly the industry will be competitive and that these things will start to look pretty similar.
Of course, the other side of that is meeting the electricity need, the demand side of that. It's amazing.
It's large load. So, oh, go ahead.
Add to that real quick. And first of all, Joe, I want to apologize for putting you on the spot. All that I meant to say was not going to give away proprietary information, but there are orders coming in and companies that are seriously transitioning in a way that it's not just a production thing. It is kind of a market-driven piece. Relative to the question, I just also wanted to note, I think we recognize in medium heavy duty space, similar to light duty space, there's different types of chargers and charging that occurs. And so there's like at-home style charging that happens at depots. What I think we're really talking about is in-route charging from a public investment perspective. And I think we're pretty cautious on where we're going to try that in some of our most heavily used corridors. I-5 might be an example of where we would consider that before other places.
Did you have a question? Yeah. Vice Chair Brown?
So Joe, thank you for sharing. I work for a transit district, and one of the things that we are considering is hydrogen vehicles. And I think the transit agency is really looking at that, because when you talk about that charging taking 90 minutes, it's just really, really difficult to keep a fleet going. And listening to TriMet, they're ordering 20 buses when they have a fleet of like 360. It's a drop in the bucket. And so all of us are looking at what is the future. So it thrills me that you acknowledge that it's 3 to 5 years out of planning to get us where we need to be. Unfortunately, all the money is being filtered through rather quickly by the federal government, where it's like, go buy, get this done. And it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse, because we don't have the infrastructure to do the fueling. One of the things I think is really going to be important and helpful for public entities like mine is that when truck facilities are in a community, let's say and I'm from Medford, Oregon. So if there is a charging opportunity in Medford, that the partnership can be with the transit agency so that we're not putting in that infrastructure and all that cost. It's already there being built for the trucking industry, and we're able to tap into it. And so to me, when I look at this and see, oh, hydrogen's on, is the future possible in these charging areas? It's like, great. That's what I need to hear, because I don't want to put the millions of dollars in infrastructure for a fleet of 40 buses. But I could go and charge or get the fuel in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, Vice Chair Brown, and there's a few things that I'd like to offer in response. I've had the privilege of being part of some transit projects in the past, and want to speak a little bit to kind of the things we can do today that technology enables today, as well as the things that need that 3 to 5 year planning horizon that you mentioned. And so one of the pilot projects operated by TriMet today is able to keep their bus continuously running with a 12-minute recharge at the transit center through a very high-powered overhead pantograph charging system. And so I mentioned that only to speak to kind of the suite of technologies available today that can help solve problems and help get more zero-emission vehicles on the road quickly. And so I would want to make sure I'm communicating that there are ways to get these vehicles on the road today and applications that work really well from them, and also acknowledging that there's applications that require more planning, more time, a larger connection to the grid. And your comments about hydrogen as well, as a manufacturer, we're open to a variety of powertrains, whatever serves the application the best for our customers. In our investment in our national network of charging infrastructure, we are thinking about hydrogen as well. And we acknowledge that there will be a portfolio of different zero emission powertrain options that get our customers to where they need to be.
Respond to that, maybe you won't love me. Oh, there. Okay. Just real quick, I think, thank you. And yes, I'm pretty aware of all the different opportunities for charging, the different things that can happen. And I think that the one thing that we need to remember as a transportation network is our goal isn't necessarily to just get everybody to buy an electric vehicle and stay on the roads. It doesn't solve our congestion problems. It doesn't solve what we're trying to do as a transportation network. And so as Amanda talks about bicycling and scooters and all those different things, it's, one of the things that we need to make sure we don't leave behind is the transit system, because it moves a lot of people and solves some of our congestion mitigation that we need to address. And so you're going to hear from me all the time about this. I mean, that's why I sit on this commission, is to remind us that there's other alternatives in our transportation. And I'm not against the trucking industry or anything, don't get me wrong. I think it's great that we're moving the trucking industry away from the diesel and trying to find alternatives that will work, because it will help all of us in our climate initiative. So thank you.
That's a really good point. Any comments on that? Comment back?
I don't want to comment.
So all I will say about that comment, for me, a big part of the equation is what is the urgency on climate and what is the timeline for addressing it? And so if hydrogen is a 20-year plan, might be a great plan. It can't, but we have to act in 10 years or 5, then that's why one of the main reasons I'm so interested in electric, if it's here. The auto manufacturers are going to create magnitudes of more choice and pricing choice and a variety of things. And so, getting greenhouse gas down, reducing our carbon footprint, if you will, is an important thing to do. And so I view it to some degree, frankly, and I've said this all along, as the market is leading here. This is a very different kind of situation than where we have a problem and we regulate. That's kind of the old model. The new model is we have a challenge, and the technological advancements in electric zero emission are driving to a greater extent, to some degree, than the regulatory structure, because people, I think that's why you're seeing what you opened with, Greg, is you're seeing people adapt to it and adopt it because they want to do something about the environment. And the way they can do that as an individual citizen is they go electric. And I think that's what's going on. And I think we need to recognize in government that we have a big private sector recognition they're having to change, the manufacturers in particular, and it's going to, and the public wants, not every member of the public, okay, the public's a very diverse entity, but there are more and more and more people within the public, not just in Oregon, but across the country, that want to make a choice personally. Now, that doesn't address mass transit, and that is a longer term thing, but I think the short term thing is on passenger vehicle, and I think we're seeing it. It's changing. It's not like, well, it won't change if the Oregon legislature doesn't adopt this statute, or if the Oregon Transportation Commission doesn't adopt this regulation. It's changing, and it's going to keep changing. So in the next generation, I mean, my children's generation is all over this. So I just think it's a reality. I think it's like just recognizing change is happening and we need to be in front of it. As a public agency, what we can't be is behind the curve. And this, I say this every meeting, we can't be behind the curve on a curve of this magnitude. We have to be with the curve or a little in front of it. That doesn't discount anything you said, Julie, because I think what you're talking about is, you know, how to make this work in the transit sector, how to make this work in the trucking sector. And that may be a different timeline.
Well, and I think if you think about a transit bus, it takes us 2 years to get a bus off the assembly line.
Right.
And so it's just a long process for transit. And so we always are looking like, do we buy too early? Do we go into a technology that in 2 years, there's going to be better technology? Now we have a bus that doesn't work. And so, you know, I applaud you for what you're doing, because everything that you do helps us with that narrative further down the line.
Yeah. The Betamax VCR conversation continues. Wait.
Oh, this is obviously a very interesting area and one that I've been focused on for a number of years. But I think Julie's comment and yours kind of bring up to me that this is really a major global changing point. It is the equivalent to moving from horse and buggy to automobiles, and the same problems at that time where all of a sudden you had to build a bunch of highways. In this one, we're looking at change, and it's not if it's going to happen, it's how quickly. That's where my comment to Greg was, I think his charts underestimates how fast it's going to do it. And I say that because every single car manufacturer in the world has announced that they're going to stop producing internal combustion engines by 2035. Now there'll be a lag there, but they've all announced that. They've got it in their 10K reports. I mean, that's what they're telling their investors. If you look at the proliferation of battery plants that are being built now and everything, the change is going to happen. It's how do you adapt to that? But to Julie's point, what we're talking about is an environmental change. People are still going to want to drive their cars. There's going to be still the same demands for the roads. Hopefully some of them will choose to use transit in other forms, but there's nothing to suggest that most Americans or anywhere in the world, most people are going to change their desire for transportation. They still need to get to work and they still need to get to the store. It'll just, hopefully they'll do it in a cleaner way.
Any further comments from the commission or questions from the commission? Thank you very much. I want to say one last thing to Joe. You know, I think on the buses, the school buses, I think you have quiet vehicles with noisy passengers. And I like that idea. Okay, so thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you back at some point. We're going to move to item J, OTP update, and Amanda will take us through that.
All right, you're up with me again. Since you haven't met me before, I'm Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy Data Analysis, here with you again for the Oregon Transportation Plan. So let's go ahead and go next slide. So earlier today, you adopted amendments to the Oregon Highway Plan tolling policies. The Oregon Highway Plan is one of our topic plans under the rubric of the Oregon Transportation Plan. And so the Oregon Transportation Plan really is that umbrella view of all modes, of all movement across the transportation system, and sets the foundation and policy and decision-making framework for the state of Oregon, not just for the Department of Transportation. It has a direct impact on the ODOT decisions in terms of we are required to follow the direction in the Oregon Transportation Plan, and local plans must be consistent with it. So it has a big and lasting impact for the state of Oregon. Next slide. There's 4 major elements to the plan that kind of set out the why, what, how, and when. And what we first look at is what's happened in the past, what's happening now. As we say what's happening, it's pretty multifaceted as we look at existing trends and conditions, where it's looking at things like our pavement condition, we're looking at safety data, we're looking at changing technologies and how things are evolving in the future, how people are changing the way that they travel, the time they travel, and their needs overall. So all those things go into trying to understand the transportation system today into the future. And then accordingly setting a vision for where do we want to head, what is that goalpost in the future, the things that we need to consider as we do that, and the ways in which we do that, so the goals, policies, and strategies, and then bringing it all together to talk about kind of roles, responsibilities, and implementation, and then the investment section to help guide our decisions, or your decision to the commission, in grappling with, there's not enough funding to go to everything. How do you balance? How do you prioritize? What are the implications? And how does that affect some of the goals that you're setting? Next slide. So the Oregon Transportation Plan meets your statutory requirement, which is to adopt a long-range plan. It also meets federal requirements for planning. The update to this was launched in 2021, at which time a policy coordinating committee was formed by this body to help provide recommendations back to the commission. And Chair Van Brocklin kindly agreed to chair that committee. Next slide. At the time that group was formed, this commission provided a couple things to them. One was the charge of what to do, how to look out into the future, what time frame we're talking about, trying to be consistent with internal documents like our strategic action plan, and thinking about what to do and how to plan in the face of uncertainty. Things change. That's the only constant, is change. Next slide. And then set some key principles about being bold and thinking about the users and uses of the transportation system. And I can't emphasize this enough. And that is really, instead of thinking at things from an infrastructure perspective about a road, a bridge, a bike lane, we need to think about it from the people that use the transportation system and how goods move on the transportation system. That is the focus of what we do. The infrastructure is a means to that end. To develop more actionable strategies. So often we've had plans in the past at the Oregon Transportation Plan level that say fluffy things of like, we want rainbows and butterflies, and that's not really saying anything at the same time. So how do we be actionable and say, what are the types of things that we really need to focus on? How do we weigh trade-offs between decisions and really provide some parameters for decision-making? So the Policy Coordinating Committee is a diverse group. They've met 8 times. They'll meet 9 total, I believe. And a lot of key stakeholders on that, representing diverse viewpoints from different modes, from different topics, from different geographic areas of the state. And uniquely to this effort, we also offered an open call to the public to apply to be on the committee. And we have several people that just represent individuals with diverse voices, lived experiences that aren't necessarily in the traditional stakeholder realm, but that have been really effective at informing that process and understanding those users of the transportation system. Next slide. It's more than just the policy committee that's helped to inform this process along the way. So I think that's about a 15, 18 member committee. We have 9 work groups that have informed the process where we can deep dive onto key topics like safety, where especially we see fatalities and serious injuries on the rise, and we need to really figure out hard ways that we make commitments to address those issues. So we had work groups that really dove into those topics. We're different members than the policy coordinating committee. So in total, we had hundreds of folks that are really informing the development of this plan and providing input. Next slide. From the broader public engagement perspective, we see, there's several ways in which we've engaged the public. We did a big launch in the spring and in the winter to inform things. And the first outreach really focused on what are our goal areas, how do we identify those, and how do we tie those to real people's lives and what we need to do on the transportation system. Next slide. This is by the numbers on that first round of engagement. So this isn't the one that we're currently involved in, but you can see from that there's a number of different contact points that we've had trying to get the word out and getting pretty significant responses back, including in other languages like Spanish, Chinese, Russian, and Vietnamese. Next slide. Right now, we have a website that's launched, and I'll have to say that my editorial on this is where I've received the greatest compliment I ever have received, which is this is the best non-government website and outreach that we've ever seen. So for those in government, that's a big compliment. But what it has on it is we did several video interviews with people that use our transportation system, whether they're shippers and carriers, whether they're people that are just live, working, and playing in the state of Oregon. So we're hearing directly from people in small videos and vignettes on how the transportation system affects them. We also kind of gamified the site where it's an opportunity to learn about statewide planning and policy in a way that you get a quiz and it's kind of fun to go through. And then lastly, what we do is we allow the opportunity for folks to make choices on what happens if you put more money towards biking and walking. What are the trade-offs in doing that? What if you put more money towards maintaining the system? What are the trade-offs the other direction? And not just in a abstract way, but how might that affect real people? So we created some personas and showed how real people across the state of Oregon can be impacted. And that's based on real census data information on how people travel to populate that. So it's been an effective tool on engaging folks, and we've gotten good response on that. Next slide. Thank you. And then next. So I want to get into the content piece to just share where we are in the plan development. And part of why I'm coming today is we have, I think, the substantial part of the plan ready and to share, and we're going to finish the full draft plan soon and be ready to release it for public review. So what do we have in there? So there's many layers, starting with the vision is around supporting all Oregonians by connecting people and goods to places. So that's kind of the fundamental role we're reinforcing of transportation entities in the most climate friendly, equitable, and safe ways. Next slide. We have 6 goal areas, if I can count, in the Oregon Transportation Plan. These are pretty consistent with what you'll see across our policy documents and for many jurisdictions as well. Rating things really highly like safety, making sure people can get to point A to point B safely. And then a number of other actions here as well that are very important to balance and consider. And just noting that there are many things that we can do that benefit multiple goals here, not just one goal, and that sometimes goals can conflict. And so that's what we're really trying to flesh out in policy a little bit, some framework to help support how we make decisions to maximize outcomes as best we can. Next slide. So what I'll share now is, I'll call this in some ways a summary of some of our main policy areas, but it's also what we are calling our emphasis areas. If we look at a summary of some of the main policy actions, this shows it. These are not necessarily in any particular order, but I will say it is intentional to put first and foremost in this slide, securing sustainable, resilient, reliable transportation funding streams. Our funding is woefully inadequate for the work that we need to do to address our critical safety issues, to address our failing infrastructure, to connect our disconnected biking, walking, and public transportation systems. And so to achieve any of the objectives that we want, we have to transition to models where we're getting more reliable and more resilient funding sources. And so that's what this policy does. Covers things from how we can look at retaining some of the systems we have, transitioning to a vehicle miles traveled or ORIGO program, even considering things like a carbon fee, tolling, and other funding mechanisms. Second, creating equitable processes and decision-making. So from the process standpoint, making sure that we're engaging diverse voices in the decision-making process and giving them the opportunity to provide input and to use that input. And from the decision-making side, that the end outcomes are benefiting all users and disadvantaged communities. Adopting a safe systems approach. So this is still putting first and foremost trying to move towards zero fatalities and serious injuries, recognizing that it's not acceptable to lose anyone on our transportation system. And so how do we, from a comprehensive approach looking at safety from engineering, education, enforcement, all of the E's that keep expanding, there's ways that we can try to address the best we can and support people traveling on our transportation system. Next is reducing greenhouse gas emissions overall, recognizing our climate goals and really embracing those, putting those into a policy framework. And also to reduce vehicle miles traveled per capita. And I think Commissioner Brown, this gets to one of your points overall. So one of the most effective things we can do for reducing greenhouse gas emissions is to make sure every mile driven is clean, but we also need to transition more to biking, walking, public transportation. Once we get to that panacea when all vehicles are electric and we're not having emissions from our vehicles, then we still have other reasons in which we want to make sure that we're maximizing the use of the entire transportation system. And that can be congestion, public health. There's a number of other reasons in which then that vehicle miles per capita piece is important. Maximizing the life cycle of our existing assets. So understanding that we need to maintain what we put out there, that as Commissioner Breyer mentioned, there's a number of people that will continue to drive in the future. They need to be able to continue to get to point A to point B, pick up children, to get to jobs, to do all those pieces. Next slide. Supporting kind of the land use piece. This is the acknowledgement that transportation land use have a critical connection to one another and a lot of interplay. But much of the demand on the transportation system comes from the land uses. It comes from zoning. It comes from development that occurs with housing that puts new trips on our roadways, that put new trips on our multimodal system. And so we have to look at ways that we're coordinating, collaborating on the land use side to connect that transportation and make sure we're acknowledging that. To plan, invest in, and construct infrastructure to electrify the transportation system, which was the panel right before this topic. And then complete and maintain data and mapping. And that's really recognizing the power of information, but also being strategic with that information to really inform key decision-making. Congestion management for people and goods, particularly for making sure the economy is moving and our freight is moving in the state, is something that we need to balance and pay attention to as we do this work. And also understand the emerging technologies, how that may affect the transportation system, but also how can we support the propelling of those. So whether that's looking at a connected infrastructure to support safety, or looking at broadband and others to support all the various pieces that we have. So that's really the kind of policy section, some of the emphasis areas as we think about implementation and areas to focus. The other aspect of implementation, as I mentioned earlier, is investment. So I think you as a commission are well aware that Each year, the statewide transportation improvement program, not each year, but each cycle of the STIP, you have to figure out where discretionary funding can go. And what does that really do? What are the trade-offs? What are the impacts of that? With additional funding like IIJ, that changes the conversation. And so what we do as part of the transportation plan is we look at what are the considerations or priorities when we have the same amount of funding? We know that's woefully insufficient. What happens when we get a third more than that? Where do we focus? And so what our consultants looked at is, well, there's certain beliefs that we should put that all into equity and climate change. But what does that do across other things? What if we put it in a state of good repair or spread it among multimodal perspectives? Or this is balanced up here, but it's probably a misnomer. It really is, what are the ways in which we might mix the types of investment to maximize the greatest number of outcomes? Next slide. So we modeled over 64,000 scenarios. So quite a bit just to see what those outcomes could be. And that's not to say that a tool is going to give you the exact answer. There's a lot of different variables, but it's to understand how things interplay together and help to inform what the outcomes of different investments can be, because there's synergies between those. So what we'll do is we'll be sharing that with you commissioners to get a better sense of how that might inform how you think about the kind of considerations that you want to set in each investment scenario. Obviously, there's flexibility that can be created in that because things change, but it can help create a roadmap for what are the trade-offs and creating some transparency for what we can and can't do. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we've worked on kind of the plan development and now are at the point of sharing the full draft plan with the committee, hoping to release that for public review here in the next coming months, in which case then we'll be out for public review, coming back to adoption, I think that's the next slide, in mid to late 2023. So with that, happy to answer any questions. And actually, maybe Chair, can I turn it over to you if there's anything you'd like to add as the chair on that committee? Right after, I feel like a waitress. I've asked you at the perfect time.
Well, here's what I would say about this process. Been a tremendous amount of work, as you mentioned, involving a lot of people. And I would first compliment you, Amanda, for your leadership on it and all the good work you've done. And then the team that you have put together internally and externally. I see Michael Rock back there as one member of that group. So I think a lot has gone into it. It's a massive subject, lots of components to it. But, and I think we have a hard act to follow because my former partner, Gail Ackerman, who chaired this commission the last time this was done, I think did a superb job. And so we're working off a really good transportation plan. But I think we're building another really good plan, probably with more uncertainty. And I think that's really the headline. We have to make choices in the face of particularly financial uncertainty and be ambitious, even though we're not sure exactly how we're going to fund all this. But so I'm really excited about it and I think the other thing I would say is which we'll be talking about next, is the SAP relationship, which is a short-term plan with specific actions. I mean, it's the strategic action plan, how that ties to this longer range plan. And I think they're two of the key plans that we have going forward. So those would be my comments.
Sure.
Did you have question, comment, concern? There you go. Mr. Byer.
I think it's good work, that I've over the years having been involved in some of these. One of the disconnects is I would call this level of planning more of a strategic level, a plan, and often getting from there to what's really the action plan for the agency tends to be the STIP. And one of the things that I talked to you about the other day was the commission has set up these acts across the state, and they seem disconnected from this process. And I think bringing them back together with that, and frankly, my experience with those groups, having participated in them in the past under different names, is they're very much trading off projects, things that they want to get done, which may not fit into the strategic framework. So that's one issue that I think is, it's not a criticism, it's just sort of a piece of reality about that. The other piece is, I think it's good to do this kind of level of, how would we like the world to be? But we're faced with structural realities of limitations on the funding sources that we get. We really can't take the money and put it all over into transit, even if we want to. We can't build that system the way we want to because the law doesn't allow us to. We had this little problem with the citizens in 1941 decided to limit that. And until they change that, we have quite a bit of limitation on that. The other one is just my perspective on some of this. I think the land use piece, a lot of people are, we have this kind of climate driven idea that we're going to try to cluster people closer together and do that. Well, I'm reminded of a discussion I had with a consultant for when I was on the city council many years ago, who was talking about the new thing. He lived in a park, much like you find out on Hillsborough, some of the new things out there, where there's a lot of offices and stuff, and then there's a lot of condos that people would live in with the idea they'd work there, but almost everybody who worked there drove 10 miles to a different similar development and vice versa. I mean, that's one of the problems with that concept. And I know, like today, my daughter, who works in downtown Portland, just bought a townhouse out on the edge of Beaverton, where she used to live downtown. So they're just the nature of that. And we can talk about that planning, but unfortunately, people tend to change jobs a lot, but they don't change houses a lot. Once you get that 30-year mortgage, it's hard to move off that. So there are just some natural things that make it tougher. And when we did the bill in 2017, we were specifically driven, as Julie knows, by the idea to try to make the transportation work better for people of limited economic means. And the reality, in fact, we discovered this in the interstate bridge discussions. A lot of people who used to live in the downtown area now live out in East County or across the river because housing is cheaper. And I think that's the dilemma. The governor, our new governor, with her, 37,000 houses a year development, she's going to find that the places where you're going to put those 37,000 houses are out on the fringes of the communities, because that's where the land is, unless you're tearing down houses internally. So it makes a lot of that really tough. And I know you and I have had that discussion with Angus Duncan about that and some of the realities that makes it very tough. But I applaud your efforts. I just think there's reality hits in there that sometimes makes it really difficult.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Commissioner Byer. And I think to the land use piece, I think that's what we're exactly trying to acknowledge is depending on how cheap the land is, where the jobs are, those things greatly affect how people live, where they live, and then therefore how they travel. So that relationship of the land use side affects those demands on the transportation system and how they change over time. So certainly something to link and pay attention to.
You look at how it's developing, which fortunately we're improving an intersection there. But there's a whole development that's happening there that people can't afford to be anyplace else in the metro or moving there.
Mm-hmm. And on the transportation funding piece, I think that's absolutely critical and that's part of what we're trying to do in policy in this plan a little bit better is it can't be everything in the kitchen sink. It just isn't. That isn't the reality of what we have out there. So how do we prioritize with limited resources? How do we set expectations for what we truly can do? And how do we balance those when none of the answers are preferable.
Yeah. So, other. There's a touch to this, that I haven't yet discovered. Comments? Commissioner Smith, comments?
No.
Okay. Work in progress. And, a lot of complexity. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, do we have Amanda again?
No.
No, we have Travis now.
Thank you.
I mean, I meant, do we have yet more, Amanda? Let me put it in a more positive light. So we now have Assistant Directors Breyer and McAlpin up here to talk to us about the Strategic Action Plan, another key plan. Our first SAP is now coming into its third year. And we're going to get an update on it.
Thank you, Chair Van Brockland. For the record, I am Erica McAlpin, the Assistant Director for the Office of Social Equity.
And I am Travis Breyer, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance.
And as stated, we are here to provide an update on the Strategic Action Plan. Next slide. So for today's discussion, we will be giving you a highlight of the work accomplished in 2022, as well as review and provide feedback on January's SAP progress report and discuss the featured outcome area that Travis is here to discuss, achieving sufficient funding. Next slide. So the 2022 Strategic Action Plan successes are that 59% of the 2022 implementing actions have been completed. 3 implementing actions from 2023 were completed ahead of schedule. And 73% of the 2022 milestones have also been completed. Next slide. So some key successes in 2022 were the work that has been done on increasing our workforce diversity. We've strengthened ODOT's training and intern programs by creating a framework to increase the number of interns across each division by 10% to reduce employment barriers and improve economic opportunity for marginalized groups. Baseline for belonging was established by the Employee Engagement Survey and is being reviewed. Managers are creating action plans to help improve employees' sense of belonging, and this will improve retention. The survey will be conducted regularly to measure the level of belonging over time. We launched tools to create a more equitable hiring process and support everyone participating, including hiring managers, panelists, and candidates. Best practices for panel interviews and templates for panelist scoring and interview questions were also created. And panel interview training informs panelists and helps them think more equitably and reduce bias in our interview processes. We also created the Social Equity Engagement Toolkit. We developed and launched a web-based set of social equity engagement tools. And that online engagement studio includes an engagement guide that walks through planning, implementation, and mechanisms for measuring equitable community engagement. It provides a community-based organization overview and a list to support ODOT in building partnerships with a network of community engagement resources. It also provides an engagement policies and standards reference site, which was created to build understanding on the guiding laws, rules, and policies related to engagement. Next slide. On our goal to increase more dollars to BIPOC and women-owned businesses, Governor Kate Brown, signed Executive Order 2215 that directs agencies, including ODOT, to take specific steps to improve equity in state procurement and contracting. In October, we delivered a 5-year action plan to the governor's office outlining how we would embed equity into our procurement processes and diversify the workforce on our projects. The executive order established the next phase of work for the that is related to the strategic action plan. And we do have an implementation team currently working on executing our 5-year plan. For fiscal year 2022, 22.44% of our federally funded contracting work went to disadvantaged business enterprises, or DBEs. That means for every $100 spent on infrastructure construction, 22.4 of those dollars goes to disadvantaged businesses. Our previous goal, or the goal, was 15.37%. And we ended the year at 22.44% above that goal. Next slide, please. Or is that you? Oh, okay, I have more bullet points. Okay. So when we go to the slide that is revising, implementing actions and milestones. Next one. Yeah, thank you. So there are several items on this slide, and what I'll do is give you the details on each bullet and just pause just in case you have any questions. So with, we just heard a lot about electrifying Oregon's transportation system. Needing to shift the launch date for the community charging incentive program that supports addressing EV infrastructure gaps. We need to stretch that to June of 2023. The program and outreach plan is under development for the incentive program, but EV workload has been heavy and they need additional time. This will shift the implementing action and corresponding milestone to yellow to account for the delay in schedule. Related to the large scale road usage charging, and I did not pause like I said I would, so I'll pause there. Related to, oh, sorry.
Sorry, questions on the first item? Okay, continue, please.
On implementing large-scale road usage charging, there are 2 implementing actions associated with the RUC that need to be reevaluated. And some of those are to be determined on legislative session. These are proposed to be removed from the strategic action plan until we have more direction. They are outreach efforts to build public awareness for Origo and the completion of critical actions to advance the RUC capacity by 2026. There has been a delay in milestone delivery to identify auto dealerships to participate in pilot projects for point of sale enrollment for RUC, and outreach efforts have been underway with the dealership association to identify dealer partners. Some identification has taken place, but is not finalized, and we just need more time to execute. The project charter is complete and the scope of work has been developed. There is another shift in schedule for the development of a connected vehicle ecosystem. And additional time is needed to collaborate with the consulting contractor and connected vehicle ecosystem providers to develop the project management plan for the pilot project. This work is anticipated to be complete by March of 2023. The intent to award went out in November and the negotiations process began. The contract is expected to be fully executed early of quarter 1 in 2023.
So my only comment on anything we're going to delay is that we capture it somewhere so that we can pull it back up in an appendices, appendix, something. So it stays in the plan so we don't lose track of it.
Thank you.
Other comments? Okay. Continue.
The next item of transformative tech, there is a delay in finalizing the contract to select and hire a connected vehicle data consultant that supports our RUC initiatives. The intent to award was issued to Centra on 11/10 of 2022, and contract negotiations are underway and is projected to be completed by March of 2023.
Not seeing anyone who cares to make comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Related to increasing workforce diversity, we are delaying the delivery of ODOT training and intern programs and associated milestones to better align with execution and timeline of the updated metric. Employee resource groups framework is slated to be complete by June 30th of 2023. A robust launch and communications plan is in final development. The maintenance trainee program updates are fully underway and project teams are in the process of adjusting the program in 6 areas scoped to center on workforce diversification. Those are the application process, program documents, data-driven outreach and engagement, internal communication, centering diversity, and psychological safety. Completion of this effort is slated for the end of 2024.
Not seeing any comments on this section.
Okay, thank you. In regard to more dollars to BIPOC and women-owned businesses, as part of developing a comprehensive program to more effectively inform and engage BIPOC and women-owned businesses, we need to delay the delivery of our milestone to coincide with the launch of Ashtaware that is scheduled for October of 2023. This will help us improve our data collection. We are shifting the implementing action to account for this as well. Initially, when the strategic action plan was developed, we had projected in 2023 that we would implement programming to inform about contracting opportunities by 2023. This implementing action will be delayed into 2024.
Okay. Thank you.
As it relates to the social equity engagement toolkit, additional time is needed to refine the reporting and tracking mechanism for the social equity engagement toolkit usage. The target is to implement the toolkit on 50% of ODOT projects and programs, and it just takes time to scale that up.
Thank you.
Thanks. And then reducing congestion in the Portland region. There is a delay in completion of the milestone to revise OARs for bus on shoulder. A rules advisory committee for OAR revision began in August of 2022. After completing the OAR revision, which is estimated for spring of 2023, the process for updating the traffic manual will commence, as these steps must be done in succession. Statewide project delivery is hopeful. The OAR will go to the OTC for approval at the July 2023 meeting.
Thank you. We all favor reducing congestion in Portland. Commissioner Byer.
I'm curious, was the assumption around the busing issue on the shoulders was that it would allow the buses to move faster than cars and would therefore increase ridership?
Yeah. Yes.
And is anybody looking to see whether that actually happened?
Chris, would you like to comment on this? Because we had a little, as TriMet leadership changed, we had a disconnect between the prior GM and the current GM.
It's probably an unfair question at this point to look at that because of COVID.
Well, no, this was, I think you should know this. It's because it's informative about kind of just a misstep within. I mean, I don't want to criticize TriMet here heavily. I just want the commissioner to understand what happened.
Yeah, I see. So Mr. Chair, members of the commission, once again, Chris Strickler, Director of ODOT. Specific to the question for large scale implementation of bus on shoulder. We had early conversations with previous TriMet GM about the potential for expanding large scale in the areas where we have shoulder capacity, where we have ongoing capability to do that. What we've had so far is the SMART program, and you saw a slide of that earlier. They have implemented that in a small section on I-5. But the large scale conversation really hasn't matured to the same level as early conversations would indicate. And I think TriMet has had, quite honestly, a lot of things on their plate as of late, and we have as well. And so I think there's conversations still to be had, but quite frankly, there's still an inventory to be taken about where available space could be for this and those kinds of things. But it was one of the implementing actions. I will say, one of the things that Ms. McAlpin is going through is, within each of these, there are multiple ways that we would measure success within these. And some of these, she's pulling out, I think, the trigger point of one or two elements that are trailing, but in other areas, we're really advancing the ball pretty significantly.
Yeah, and I think that will come back around because bus on shoulders is a concept that's getting traction. Sorry, wish I had a better phrase there. Getting traction around the country, and I think Portland region will see that eventually.
And we have used it in areas, and in fact, we've used it across the 205 bridge. We've used it while the trunnion repair was going on, and so we have used it. One of the things that we come up against is we don't have enough shoulder capacity in a contiguous fashion to allow for it. And so that's one of the things that we have to consider as well. There's a capital investment associated with it.
Great until somebody uses that shoulder for what it was intended.
Ironically, there are systems across the country, a few of them, where they are large scale, and we're talking hundreds of miles of bus on shoulder capability. And it seems as though in those systems, and we look to those systems for opportunity, frankly, for a system here. You have professional drivers in the buses, and so they're actually very adept at transitioning back in and out of traffic as they need to. The shoulder use still has priority for breakdown, and so there's actually the use there that does occur in that regard. But we still see a pretty significant time savings and very, very, very few crashes with the bus, to be honest with you.
Sort of functions like a rapid transit.
It's a queue jump. It's a queue jump.
I view it as something that's on the list of things to continue to think about and talk about with TriMet. It's mainly with TriMet because it's mainly a Portland freeway concept right now, but it could be used elsewhere in the state over time. Any other question or comment? Julie, do you have a comment? So we're talking about buses.
So say, I don't think TriMet wants me to comment on their behalf, but if I could help the conversation,
sure
I certainly
right.
will. No, I think I have been in meetings where Wilsonville has reported back and it has been successful for them. I think that this is one of the things in the toolkit. With that said, I think that ridership on transit in general has been down, and TriMet has actually had to, I believe, cut service by about 35%, which is really hard. Right now, they're trying to hire about 360 drivers. So we may have to push this out a little bit further. But I think that it's something we shouldn't just forget.
Yeah, I mean, your point about COVID is an important one among many things and why right now. Another is, I think there's some concern, maybe this is not the case in your system, but in the Portland system about public safety. So although maybe not, maybe an overreaction to some extent, since some of it is dealt with pretty bizarre situations happening like 1 o'clock in the morning. At any rate, carry on.
Thank you. If we could go to the next slide. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. For the record again, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. Today's been a pretty good meeting, and now I'm going to bum you the heck out, unfortunately, around
Here we go.
ODOT's budget. So I will start with good news. As everybody tells me, I'm always a little black rain cloud. So the good news on sufficient reliable funding is that HB 2017 and the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act have provided significant infusion of funding for transportation projects and programs. So we'll start there, and it's all downhill from there. The not so good news is inflation is absolutely destroying us right now. Construction costs have increased 37% from the end of 2020 to mid 2022. So when you heard Mr. Maybe talk about the cost estimate for the interstate bridge, a lot of that is just based on the sheer escalation of various construction costs. And I went back and looked back to 2009 when we sort of hit a plateau for a few years. We're up 82% since 2009. So basically 13 years. In fact, so I've started to factor inflation into all of our funding charts that we're doing. When I ran the numbers with federal funds, you would think that with the IIJA, we'd be way up in terms of our total federal funds. When you factor inflation in, we're 10% down since 2010. So that huge infusion of resources basically just bought us back a little bit of what inflation took away. So that's the not so good news. Then the really bad news is what we've been telling you for years, which is really that ODOT faces a very significant shortfall of funding for road maintenance and agency operations. So as we've talked about in the past, we essentially have two checking accounts of the agency. One is the dedicated federal and state funds that are directed by statute to construction programs and grant programs. The other is the money that's left that we can use for operations and maintenance. And that's where we feel we have a very significant gap to fill. Next slide, please. We've been seeing this coming for 3 years. We've been talking to you about that for that time. And since then, we've taken a lot of steps to narrow the gap. So one of the things we have voluntarily done is cut $90 million, or about 5%, from our agency operations and maintenance in our 23-25 budget. We've already taken that step voluntarily as an agency because we need to start bending that curve downward, or we're going to face falling off a cliff. We've also been taking some steps to cover more operations and maintenance costs from other sources, including federal funds and HB 2017. We came to you and you provided $140 million out of the IIJA and federal redistribution funds that will allow us to federalize some of those limited functions where the feds will allow us to use federal dollars that are normally used for capital construction projects for things that are more operations and maintenance funded. They're currently funded out of those state O&M dollars. Things like our incident response vehicles, things like project charging, some of those areas where we can find ways to pay more of the bill for O&M out of that, the capital construction program. So all of those steps have narrowed the gap. We've actually closed the gap by about $500 million over the last couple of years. That's pushed out the shortfall, but has not solved the problem. Next slide, please. So you've seen a version of this chart before. This is updated as of last month when we did our latest and greatest revenue and expenditure update that we do twice a year. What you see is that we're kind of in and out of balance over the next several years, as especially in 2022, we paid for a boatload of wildfire recovery costs. We're going to get reimbursed from FEMA in 24 and 25 primarily. So you see sort of our revenue goes up, but only temporarily as those federal reimbursement dollars come in. And then you see our revenues are basically flat or declining in the state highway fund, while our costs continue to go up and up and up. So we open up a fairly large structural budget deficit if we do nothing. By 2029, we are at an annual deficit of $270 million. That's a lot of money. And of course, we cannot run a long-term deficit. Next slide, please. What you see is that in the State Highway Fund, this year, we essentially expect a zero net balance in the State Highway Fund. We'll get a little bit better because we'll get some money back from FEMA. And then around 2026, could be a little bit earlier, could be a little bit later, we will dip into negative territory. Of course, we cannot dip into negative territory. That's not allowed. If we do, I will at best be fired and at worst go to jail. And now any of you who are sort of fantasizing about, well, maybe we should let that happen then to get rid of Brower, I would hope that we would not get to that place. So we have to take action. There is simply no way that we can, we have to address these issues as we're not allowed to run a deficit. And so that will take either additional revenue or finding ways to shift costs or finding ways to cut our expenditures. Next slide, please. So we have defined 4 areas of action. One is continuing to shift those O&M costs to the dedicated state and federal resources where we can. However, I'll tell you, we're kind of running out of places where we can do that. We may very well be back to you at some point in the not too distant future for some additional federal resources. If we, in working with Federal Highway Administration, find some additional areas where we can federalize our costs, charge more to projects, that sort of thing, we may come back and ask for more from the federal redistribution, for example, which has come in much higher than expected.
Yes. Commissioner Byer.
When you say that, though, what you're saying is you're going to do less capital projects.
Yes.
So you will reduce your ability to implement the STIP.
Thank you, Commissioner Byer. Yes, you are essentially shifting money out of the STIP to cover that operations and maintenance deficit. And each of the things we have done has generally been a fairly small amount, but in total, it will result in a not insignificant reduction to the amount of resources that are available in the STIP. So we are also looking at further modifications to local government fund exchange. We've had some conversations about that. I was going to say good conversations, but realize that anytime you're proposing, less opportunity for fund exchange, that's not really a good conversation for either ODOT or local governments. We are exploring new revenue sources or additional revenue. Of course, that is in the purview of the legislature. There are very few areas in which ODOT can unilaterally raise a fee. And then we are working through developing an additional 10% budget reduction in our O&M funds on top of the 5% we've already cut from the 23-25 proposed budget. Next slide, please. So as you can imagine, when you talk about that, that's a 15% total cut in operations and maintenance funding. That is going to have some very significant consequences. So here are some examples in the highway maintenance and operations side. We would expect that we'd have fewer personnel on the road to ensure the roads are safe. We're talking probably somewhere around up to a 10% reduction in our maintenance forces. That means slower incident response time. That means extended closures following major events. That means that there will be some increased safety risks due to deferred maintenance and lack of materials. And we could see significant deterioration of pavement on half of Oregon's highways, particularly through our low volume roads program, which basically does maintenance paving using our forces on the low volume roads across ODOT, which is about, again, half of ODOT state highways receive almost all of their paving through that program. And of course, we're already seeing existing inflation cost increases, so that the money we have today is buying less than it used to. And then we're going to cut the money we have available further. So it's sort of a double whammy, a 1-2 punch. Next slide, please. Thank you. Beyond the reductions impacts on the highway operations and maintenance, we're also going to see impacts in other parts of the agency. I showed a picture here of DMV because it's Commissioner Brown's favorite place to go. We are going to see potentially significant reductions to the workforce in our field offices and even potentially closure of DMV field offices, which would impact customer service and increase wait times. Now, we've done some things to mitigate that. Putting most of our major transactions online has allowed people to not have to go to a field office. But there are still a lot of people who do need to go or who choose to go because they like going to DMVs or for other reasons. And so we will see worse service and increased wait times. We will do everything we can to mitigate that. But again, we can't print money that we don't have. And of course, across the agency, you're going to see reduced agency capabilities to really being able to deliver for Oregonians, whether that's reducing our IT staff that works on our computer systems that can help us become more efficient, or even, procurement, for example. We may face challenges contracting for all the projects that we have to do. So you'll see us struggle in many of those areas. Next slide, please. So as you can imagine, we're looking at what are some options to engage the legislature. We've put together options for increasing DMV fees to cover the cost of service and index for inflation. We know that many of our DMV fees, particularly driver fees, like getting a driver license, the cost of that is higher than the fee that we charge because they haven't been raised in 15 to 20 years in many cases. So we would look for that opportunity to have that conversation. We've also talked about implementing road usage charging for new efficient vehicles to help bend that curve back up. Right now we're seeing that with the transition of the vehicle fleet, we're going to have a significant reduction in fuels tax revenue. And at least with road usage charging, we could flatten that out a little bit. It won't save us, but it could certainly help. We would like to potentially increase the amount of the state highway fund that is going to maintenance, change some of the statutory formulas to allow us to invest more there perhaps. And of course, there's always the opportunity as part of a larger funding package, perhaps to raise more revenue for operations and maintenance. There's one other option that we've been exploring just the last couple of weeks. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Mega Millions now is at well over $1 billion. The lump sum payment is approximately $700 million. So by my calculation, that could close the gap through 2029. And I would entertain a motion to use as resources from the STIP pending DOJ review of the legality of that action. So I had to lighten it up a little bit there at the end because this is otherwise what is a dry
Mr. Sunshine
and
has
a
arrived.
deadly serious topic. But I will stop there and be happy to answer your questions.
Are there questions? Vice Chair Brown.
Just comments. Chair said you shouldn't have poked me. It was a bad thing to do. But, I've known you for many years and I used to call Travis Chicken Little because every time I was around him, it was the sky is falling, the sky is falling. We got past that, Travis, but obviously not. But this is important because I think that it's something that we struggle with. We're struggling with as a commission. I have been attending the ACT meetings and some of the conversation with them is you realize that we may have to give up some projects here. This isn't working. And one of the things that they keep talking about is fund exchange, especially the small agencies. I mean, for a lot of them in the areas, that's the only way they can get a project done. So they're alarmed by this. And I think the more conversation we can have about that in the future is going to be important. But I also think that Oregonians need to, at some point, come to the realization that we have to pay for services. If we want to use a road network, we have to pay for it. If we are going to buy an electric vehicle, we're going to also have to pay a registration or a fee, a road users charge. And it's important. And I've been chairing the road user charge task force. And one of the things that I keep saying to them is we're waiting too long and we need to go big. Like we are only trying to recoup the cost and we're not looking beyond that. And the same thing happened in HB 2017. Everyone said, go big, let's do this. And, of course, the political will was not there to do that. And now we're reaping the benefits of that. This just shows that inflation is there. It's costing us more to do these road projects. And I won't go on, but I'm really frustrated. And when I hear people, criticize us for what we're doing, we can't afford that kind of a cut in our maintenance and operations because our consumers who use the roadways, you got to love them, but why are you out there in a snowstorm? Stay home, be smart. Why put yourself in jeopardy where we have to plow you out of here and worry about your safety? But those are the realities because people, they just think about themselves. So I think at some point we have to have these conversations as a commission and really try to come up with some really significant ideas and not be afraid to say it. So I'm sorry that you're kind of the only one that ever says the cloudy bad stuff, but and I do want, I buy a lottery ticket all the time. And if I win, you will never see me again. There you go.
Vice Chair Brown, I thought you were going to say that you would give half the proceeds to the state highway fund.
No, I might, but beside that, anyway, go ahead. I'll stop now.
There's a lot of love in the room right now. Commissioner Byer?
Hard act to follow there.
Yeah.
You're right on target. It's very good presentation, but if you're going to start talking to legislators, you got to get more granular than that. It's too generic. Those titles incident times will stop. Well, maybe we need to be saying we're going to have to take 20 incident trucks off the road. Or you're not going to plow the snow parks. Or, we can't maintain all the roads, but priority wise, what that means is we're not gonna do the ones that don't get used as much in rural areas. And you've got to make it more real to them on that.
Commissioner Byer, that is a great point, and that's what we're working on right now. I took sort of the high level outcomes that we're going to see. We're going to be able to, provide at least some background in terms of like mapping which roads are going to receive a lower level of service, and provide that more granular, the number of maintenance employees and the percentage of the force that will no longer be there, the number of snowplows we're not going to have anymore. All of those things are things that we're working to really refine down to that granular level.
And we've had those discussions in orphan highways.
Yeah.
The terminology from there, 82nd Street, well, that solved that one, but in my community, 126. And part of the answer that I've told people over the years is the reason those are not maintained is they're not priority roads. There are other ones that need to be taken care of first. And if you want them as a city street, take them over. But that's an issue. I think that's a tough one. We had that discussion a little bit at lunch, but I think we ought to be pushing hard on changing the fee structure for high mileage vehicles this time. I mean, that is a natural conversion that will take place with the electrification we're talking about if we make that change. And there's no reason, and Julie knows, in 2017, we thought we pegged the number for EVs, the fee at the right level, only to discover we're only about halfway there and probably less now.
One comment on this is that this to me is an example of national global forces at work that are trickling down into the state's situation, et cetera. I mean, a 37% increase, in cost based on inflation alone. And inflation obviously is an issue that is many countries are trying to get a hold of. I don't know what 23 looks like on that. And when we get back to, I don't know that we get back to 2%, but there are some signals that it's working, the Fed's plan, and that I don't know what it's going to take to turn that around, but that is something we're just going to have to manage through that until we get to this is what happens when you have a global pandemic and you have to support businesses and people through. So you dump $6 trillion into the economy and you inflate. So now we're trying to sort that out. That's just one issue here. You've presented many, but that's a big one. I mean, since 2009, 82% inflation on construction costs. I mean, it's unprecedented. So we don't get inflation under control. This is why we're going through this, and it's a I would say a blunt tool. And the history on it is that they over manage it and then we fall into a recession. So I don't know where all that's going. Nobody else does either. Bets are being placed and actions are being taken, and we'll either come through it with a soft landing or it'll be bumpier. But it's not something we control. I have this conversation about climate. I mean, we've had a discussion about electrification today, et cetera. We can do so much, but if you really want to deal with climate but really deal with the problem of climate, it's the Paris Accord. It's an international problem. You've got to get China to quit doing things. Look, I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing things. Don't misunderstand me. There's a set of actions Oregon can take, and we're taking some of them, and there are others we haven't taken yet. And we're not bending the curve. But the curve that is ultimately going to matter is an international level curve. And we have to play our part and do what we have to do. And this is why I'm a big proponent of electrification investment and other things that's on our plate, and trying to bend that curve on carbon in the state is on our plate. But if you're talking about, stopping the icebergs from melting, internationally. We have a very small role in that. So it's going to take the international community. Here, it's going to take on inflation, it's going to take the international community. So I think some of this stuff is we're riding a wave. We don't control the wave. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of thoughts. I've always been a real supporter of making sure that we adequately fund operations and maintenance. And, you know, obviously the budget picture is very troubling. And I think as we look at priorities going forward, I think making sure that our budget shortfall is a higher priority when we communicate with the legislature is going to be important. I mean, we have so many priorities, but this one is so critical to our delivery of services to Oregonians, which is what the governor has mandated us to do. And if we cannot maintain and operate our facilities, we are falling short of that goal. And I think it disproportionately impacts smaller and rural communities who are, you know, not high priorities. And I think reducing the fund exchange program has a huge impact on smaller communities. They can't deliver projects. They can't use funds. And so going forward, I think we need to elevate this conversation among ourselves as well as with the legislature, because you know, we can't ignore this and focus on a $1 billion ask to the interstate bridge. It's just, we're almost putting blinders on if we don't address it. So I'll get off my soapbox now, and I know Travis will come up with money somehow.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Yeah, I to follow on that, I think we need the best plan you can develop. If that impacts other expenditures, we need some option packages here so that we can understand. Here, you do this, here's what happens, you know, here's what doesn't happen more specifically. Or you could go to this package, which is more aggressive, and it would have this impact, or so that we understand the trade-offs. We need to work on what we can work on, which was the point of my previous comment. There are things beyond our control, and there are other things that are not beyond our control. And we need to work on the things we can work on and what we have influence over, which I think is what Sharon is saying, along with prioritizing, which I agree with. It's we have to have a functional operation here. So, okay, other comments on those glad tidings at the end of the day, the beginning of the year? Hearing none, I think we have nothing else in front of us. Is there anything anyone wants to raise that hasn't been discussed today that they think we need to talk about right now? Okay. Hearing none, we are adjourned.
Bye, everyone. I'll see you next time in person.